With that, we're gonna go ahead and get started. And I am opening the regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council. It's 6:36 p.m. It's a hybrid meeting at the Fairfax Women's Club and via Zoom. We are at 46 Park Road, Fairfax, California. And we would like I just want to say there's nothing to report out on closed session, but could folks, if you feel comfortable doing so, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'll go ahead and read. Oh, we need a roll call and a motion for approval of the agenda. Town Manager, did you have something on the agenda?
Yes, I did. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, please, continuing the item number 14 until the July 17th regular meeting so that we can provide you all of the documents for that.
Okay, so when we have the motion for approval of agenda with that change, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Present.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Here.
Mayor Kohler.
Here. And could I get a motion for approval of the agenda with the change of continuance of item 14 to July 17th, please?
Happy to make that motion. Second.
All right, so that was Councilmember Catrano, second Ackerman. Could you do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, I'll go ahead and read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Meeting protocol: the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in the silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. And before I open time is that I want to go ahead and read something. Before we begin open time tonight, I'd just like to say that I would appreciate if speakers would refrain from using profanity and or disparaging people based on race, religion, orientation, or country of origin. While I'm aware that our ability to silence these type of comments is constrained by the Brown Act and the First Amendment, I'm asking everyone to please be civil and refrain from such disparagement in your comments. What I can do, however, is disconnect anyone whose comments disrupt the orderly conduct of our meeting and or absent appropriate findings are not under the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are not germane to the topic or matter being discussed. Should I determine an individual's comments are not within the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will be disconnecting that individual from making further comments, but I will do so after a warning. As well, should we have any disturbances in the room that are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will not hesitate to take a break and or clear the room. I will ask everyone in the room and on Zoom to remember what I just said before I take public comments. Also on agenda items or on the consent calendar. And so with that, we are going to start open time for public expression. This is the time for the public to address the council on matters not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. The council cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda as restricted by state law, Government Code Section 54954.2. If there are more speakers after 30 minutes, open time will continue at the end of the agenda. I also want to mention, I know some folks brought signs with them. While you're allowed to have signs, please do not block the view of others in the room. And with that, we'll go ahead. Anyway, it is 6:41, so we will stop taking, and this is only for matters not on the agenda. And we will stop taking public comment in 15 minutes for folks in the room. And then I will go to Zoom. So it's 6:42 and we will stop at 6:57. Thank you. Jonathan, press the button, please, and introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Mincer, and I serve as the Director of External Relations for JCRC Bay Area, the largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews, representing over 50 synagogues and organizations in the region. In our professional survey of Bay Area Jewish identity, we found that only 10% of Jews are very satisfied with how local governments are addressing anti-Semitism. So I'm here to ask you to start responding to this concern by organizing a training about Jewish identity and anti-Semitism for town officials and staff. This is especially needed because following the October 7th terrorist attacks, we have seen a 140% increase in anti-Semitic incidents here at home. Your Jewish community is feeling traumatized, isolated, vulnerable, and under attack. 2 more data points from our survey. 1, 36% of Jews have personally experienced or witnessed anti-Semitism in the last year, and 61% feel less safe following the October 7th attacks. And here in Marin County, we have tracked distribution of anti-Semitic flyers, bullying against Jewish students, curriculum distorting Jewish history, and even the elevation of divisive speakers by certain governments. So moving forward, JCRC would be honored to partner with Fairfax to discuss Jewish identity, how anti-Semitism manifests, and how town actions, even if seemingly well-intended, can perpetuate hate against a community. It was an honor to be here, and I'll give flyers to your town clerk about the work we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. I just want to get some clarification with regards to the peace proclamation item 15 as to when we can do the public comments. There's a little bit of confusion.
So you do comment after?
Yeah.
We bring the item, it'll be item 15, and then we'll do a staff report or a council member report. And there may be some deliberation on behalf of the council or questions on behalf of the council, and then I'll open it up to comments. So that's going to be a little ways.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The microphone.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ariana Piloteri, and I am here on the behalf of the Fairfax Climate Action Commission and as a summer college intern with 350 Marin. I stand before you to extend an invitation to a significant upcoming community event. On June 28th at 7 p.m., we're hosting a film night featuring The Scale of Hope, a film by Patagonia at the Fairfax Women Club here. The documentary highlights Molly Kawahana's Alaskan ice climbing expedition, where she explores the relationship between mental health and climate issues. Her narrative prompts viewers with the question, what can I do to help? Following the screening, we'll engage in the community discussion, focusing on the narratives raised in the films and actionable steps we all can take to combat climate change while supporting our mental well-being. This event is about encouraging hope and empowering change makers in our community, as in addition to raising awareness about climate change. During the event, informational tables will be set up to provide valuable information about our community's initiatives. This is an opportunity for everyone to learn more about local actions we all can take towards living sustainably and making a difference. I encourage everyone to join us at this event and help spread the word. Check the town website for further details soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Todd.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. As I've said before, this town council doesn't seem to have its priorities straight. And I believe, and I think a lot of other Fairfax voters and residents believe that they should have priority when they're speaking here, and that you should limit the scope of what you were elected to do and your activities and the time that is spent to what primarily concerns Fairfax, particularly when Fairfax is not being properly taken care of. There are road hazards everywhere, but you seek to tax people more to pay and cover up your fiscal mismanagement. There are 12 items on the consent calendar here. That leaves 10 seconds per item. I'm asking you to pull items 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8 so that proper attention can be paid to these items. Item 1 is very important, how you're spending your money, but you're seeking to tax people because you've got vanity projects and you don't have enough money. You're not being fiscally accountable. Item number 2 talks about a meeting that the mayor had with representatives.
You know,
of the-
excuse me, you're not talking on consent. We are doing open time. So if you want to talk on open time, I'm sorry, I missed.
No problem. I apologize.
Okay, so,
Some of this loops over.
okay, well, if you just have open time, you have 30 seconds because you've taken up a lot of time.
I just lost 15 seconds. I'd like it back.
No, go ahead now.
Okay. So for those who don't know, in Fairfax, Brown Act violations occur regularly. I think you should focus on understanding that act and respecting citizens. At the last meeting, you said, well, we don't think that the people writing in are representative. The people that are speaking up are representative of the town. We're just going to send it to the voters. Outside in the package, there's 31 some odd presentations.
Thank
Took
you.
up some of my time. I'd like to
Thank you.
finish my
Next-
statement.
Next speaker, please.
You're in error here.
Next speaker. Joe, please step up to the podium.
Thank you. My name is Joe McGarry. I just wanted to go back to the last special meeting last week and the kind of strange closing. I missed it. I walked away after the consent calendar thinking things were wrapping up. And I guess there was a future agendas item that was put on the agenda. And I look back years and years, there's never been a future agendas item for a special meeting. Those are usually reserved for the first meeting of the month. And then it was brought up kind of a reflective, looking back at something that had already been agreed upon for a future agenda. So that was a little strange. Then there was comment given by Council Member Acker that seemed to be that you were aware of. Mayor Cole was aware
I
of.
was not aware.
Oh, okay. It appeared that way in the video. And then the most bizarre point was then public comment was opened for a futures agenda item. And I've never seen that. And I went through a lot of video, and that's basically unheard of. And there also appeared to be a group of people who sat through the minutia of a special meeting who weren't from the town, but who were ready to speak on that item, and also people coming in from Zoom and who are also well prepared to speak on. So it really felt like there was a circumventing of posting what the intention was of an agenda item to discuss the future ceasefire or proclamation of peace, but instead it was listed as a future agendas item that Councilmember Ackerman was prepared to speak to, and that speakers had been told they'd be given an opportunity to chime in on. So, I'm not beating the drum of insurrection that's going around town with landlords, but I just feel like I need to call out something that seemed very strange that night.
Thank you, Joe. I just want to comment that none of the council members other than Councilmember Ackerman knew that that was coming up. And I don't know about people that came, but none of us knew. I was very surprised. Okay, we're not going to go back and forth, but I just want to clarify that. Okay, Michael, you're up.
Thank you, Barbara. Sorry, I got stuck in that little dialogue. One thing I want to discuss is 14 that you guys are pulling off. The fact that there's been multiple meetings where you said there's been no direction given to staff, which would require a disclosure and any sort of expenditure, even if our town manager was soliciting bids from other law firms to replace Janet or to follow her to a new firm. So again, that was improperly told to the public when you said there's nothing to disclose. That would also fly in the face of your report that says, oh, we're looking at this time frame, we better just do something because we don't have time to take bids. If you've known for months this was coming down, why has the town manager not sent off a solicitation or an RFP for different law firms that'd like to competitively bid to represent Fairfax? I think really the town of Fairfax is another example of really poor management where we could save money, we could have options, and you could actually see what different people say for better opinions. Because the best opinion is not yours or mine, it's somewhere in between. And that opinion comes collectively by speaking to other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Rick?
Hi, Rick Hamer, Madam Mayor. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone up on the dais and the staff and in this room at the Fairfax Festival coming up Saturday and Sunday. It's a time that we celebrate in Fairfax, and let's have some fun.
Thank you, Rick. I think we'll all be there. So I'm going to move now to Zoom. How many hands do we have raised?
There are 6 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
The first speaker is Jim, followed by Lucas. Jim, you are unmuted.
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I had a few things I wanted to address. For one, I really encourage you to respect the Brown Act and let people have a right to speech, and not cut people off just because some people find their speech is offensive or what their opinion is offensive. The first speaker there, I can't remember the guy for the Jewish organization. Well, I might find it offensive that he wants to hand out literature that promotes his agenda, but he has the same right to speech as I do, even if he's wrong. So I do want to ask the city if they could maybe come out and make some type of statement saying that they don't want to be part of this whole woke LGBT agenda and not go along with Pride Month. Like, maybe pass a resolution saying the city doesn't support Pride Month, that we support, being normal and not degenerates, because, just taking hormone blockers really make you a woman? Does castrating yourself really make you a woman? Does dressing up make you a woman? No, I just think that these things just make you a mentally ill man in disguise. Doing all these things doesn't change who you are. You're still just a man. And it's wrong for our society to cater to these people. They suffer from a mental illness and delusional thinking. When someone's suffering from schizophrenia, we don't just reinforce those delusions as truth. We shouldn't for transgenderism either. And transgender women are men and transgender men are women. And when and if people dig up their graves in 200 years, scientists will discover that their bones don't hold any secrets and that they are what they're born. And surgeries and imagination won't fool that. Your DNA won't just change because you have an unhealthy fascination. And I do want to say the LGBTQ plus culture is a cult. They prey on children. I don't see what is the pride in being what they are. I mean, where do you find the pride in being a sodomite and taking up the ass? I don't see any pride in that. So, I just want to say fuck faggots and white fucking power. Hail Hitler. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Lucas, you are unmuted.
Yes, good evening, City Council. I would like to speak about an issue that recently came to my attention. I went to gtvflyers.com and I found out that rabbis are allowed to molest children.
All right.
Hey,
Great white
excuse
power.
me, but you are disrupting the orderly conduct of this
You're
meeting.
disrupting my
Please
speech.
stop being
Yenta.
disruptive or I will need to cut off your comments. I will
You
not warn you
interrupted me. That's
again.
that's the disruption is when you interrupted me. I was speaking. This is my time. So, like I was saying, that's a practice. You know, the federal government in 1996 they outlawed the Muslim practice of female genital mutilation. So I feel like
Okay,
that gives us
I
the freedom
can't.
to.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Gina. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Oh, hi, good evening. This is Cindy Ross, longtime Fairfax resident. And last month, May, was Multiple Chemical Sensitivity Awareness Month in Canada. And several weeks ago, I attended a Zoom seminar out of Quebec about the issue. And afterwards, I contacted one of the members of the Fairfax Town Council and forwarded them a video called What is MCS? I also asked if they would meet with me and discuss some accessibility issues in Fairfax that would make things easier for people with MCS in the town. And I was really surprised that a short time later, I received an email that said that this town council member said that they were not an expert in MCS and said that they didn't feel comfortable meeting with me and suggested that I possibly see a doctor that they knew of that might be able to help me. And I debated about bringing this up in a public meeting, but I think it's really important too, because frankly, I felt that really offensive. I'm the expert in this matter, and it was something that I wanted to meet with a representative from the town and see if we could move forward with making accessibility easier for a percentage of the population that has issues with multiple chemical sensitivities. And I just wanted to say that, and, you know, I would like to be heard, and I would like to see if we could move forward doing something about it, possibly even issuing our own resolution on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Gina, followed by Samuel. Gina, you are unmuted.
Hello, thank you for hosting my comment. I just wanted to let you know that I'm actually zooming in because I am afraid to come to the meeting. And I think I mentioned this in a letter that I sent you, that I think that, you know, your continued consideration of this ceasefire resolution has just provided a
So
forum.
that is a different topic. That's later on the agenda, item 15. I can't take comments on that now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Samuel, followed by Taylor. Samuel, you are unmuted.
Can you reset the timer, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much for resetting the timer. My name is Samuel Weissman, and I would like to thank everyone on City Council for being a proud ally this Pride Month. There's still a long way for us to go, and Pride Month is the month we take to recognize that everyone is equal. The LGBTQ movement represents about 2% of the world's population, but unfortunately, they still represent 60% of AIDS patients, and there's a lot more work we could be doing as a community and as a nation to help prevent that. And it's same thing with domestic violence. There are higher disproportionate rates of domestic violence. In fact, 51% of cases in domestic violence occur within same-sex couples. And these are things that, again, with community outreach, love, and care, we might be able to help take care of. Drug addiction and alcoholism is another issue in the LGBTQ community that has been overlooked because of their orientation. 33% of homosexuals actually have problems with alcoholism specifically. And there are a plethora of issues. I could just keep listing them. And we all know that they're happening in society. Like 1 in 15 homosexuals is a pedophile, and that 33% of all pedophiles are homosexuals. And these are issues that we need to take care of in our society. Sexually transmitted disease.
You are disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. Please stop being disruptive, or I
Statistics.
will need to cut you off your comments. I will not warn you again.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have my 18 seconds, Barbara? You ugly fat dyke. Get that bald nigger out of there.
Keep doing it. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Taylor, followed by Jody. Taylor, you are unmuted.
Okay, could I ask everyone in the room, I realize this is upsetting. And I would ask you just to quiet down. I know it's difficult. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Taylor Ann Vaughn. I heard that we're celebrating Pride Month this month, as is every single community within our state and most every other state. One thing that we should be doing this month, and we are not, is recognizing the fact that it is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. I've actually checked all of the cities in our area within the 3-hour radius. I went and I checked every single one. Not one of them is recognizing this. They're recognizing Pride Month, Immigration Month, everything, but not this one. And I find that very scary. We're living in a time period where men commit the most suicides. In fact, white men are committing suicide. About 68% of them are just white men. Actually, specifically, it's straight white men. So we take this time to recognize minorities, but this one in particular, we're not. I find that very scary, that we are not only celebrating every small degenerate group, but for some reason, our white men are left on the wayside, and specifically their mental health. And if you look at the things that we're going through nowadays, it's no wonder that they have struggling mental health. All the faggots, niggers, and kikes. I mean, who would want to deal with that? Fuck you, bitch.
You are disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting.
You're
Please stop being
disrupting my day,
disruptive,
you
or I
dumb
will need to
kike.
cut off your comments. I will not warn you again.
Should just cut it.
Fuck you.
Next speaker. Are there any more speakers?
The last speaker is Jody.
Okay.
Jody, you are unmuted.
Okay, well, deep breath here. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and community members. Jody Timms, I live on Cascade Drive. It was hot today. It's a taste of the summer before us. This year promises to top 2023 in average global temperature, and last year was the hottest in 100,000 years. It's days like today that remind us of the seriousness of the climate emergency in which we live every day, but are so often able to ignore. So as all of you know by now, it's of utmost importance that we move off of fossil fuels in our homes and in our cars, and that we move toward the electrification of transportation and buildings. Efforts are underway to strengthen the grid in California and nationally, to handle the move to renewable energy that's mandated basically by the physics of our time. So I just want to remind folks we have solutions, and better ones all the time. I encourage members of our community to embrace the transition, to learn more about what's required and the resources to help us get there, and be willing to do what's needed for the future of all humanity. Thank you very much for your hard work, your patience, your equanimity, and for serving the people of Fairfax. What is having technical problems? Ooh. What? Oh. Hello?
So folks, just want to let you know, we're taking a 10-minute break. We have Marin IT coming down here to look and see what's going on. So 10 minutes, folks. Hi, folks. Can everyone take your seats? Excuse me, folks. Could everyone take your seats? We're going to go ahead and get started. I need the council members back here. Well, Mitch, have you ever met Mitch Granis? No, I've heard he's insane. Okay, folks, so we had actually finished open time, good timing, and it looks. Okay, well, we'll take one more. Okay, well, let's take our one person that's in the room, and then that's the end of open time. So you need to press the button. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kohler. Thank you. It's great to be back in Fairfax. It's an absolutely beautiful day out. I wanted to offer some advice to the council after listening to the Zoom bomb comments. I think there are a number of workarounds you have as options to deal with that. You know, you can give priority to people speaking in the room. You can also, you know, look at how Sausalito dealt with it. By the way, I do want to add that criticism of your financial mismanagement, I think should be taken in context of what many of us watched last night at Sausalito City Council. They're being denied insurance because of financial trouble. So I think all things considered, there are worse situations, town councils and city councils with worse situations. I did want to let people know that I am covering news out of Fairfax at marincountyconfidential.substack.com, and I am interested in what happens, the progress of various issues, and that's all available for free. I was very interested in what Joe McGarry said, and I did write about that. I know you took a look at that, and Mayor Kohler, you did write me an email, and you wanted me to acknowledge that you say you were not aware, and I respect that, and I did want to point that out. I have some other comments, but I'll save them for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Thanks for coming in person. We're honored. All right, so now we're going to move on to consent. And I'll go ahead and read that. The council can approve all items on the consent calendar in one action. Alternatively, any council or staff member can remove items for separate discussion and voting. Public comments for consent calendar items are taken collectively, not item by item. During this period, speakers may address any item on the consent calendar, with each speaker allotted up to 2 minutes and limited to one comment session. So first, before I open that up, were there any questions of staff on consent, or did anybody want to pull something? Seeing none, I just want to make a comment that on item 6, I provided a lot of detailed comments, and the Public Works Director worked with staff to make those changes, which were not considered major. They were the types of things I didn't have time to review them, but I feel confident that they were addressed. So with that, I will open time for the consent calendar. And it looks like we have Todd Greenberg as our first speaker.
All right, 12 items on the consent calendar, 120 seconds to comment, 10 seconds per item. I'd like you to pull item number 1, number 2, and number 7. Before I go into any comments about those items, I'd like to congratulate and recommend item number 9, reappointing Michael Ardito and Ruth Horn, and thank them for their service on the Fairfax Open Space Committee. They're both to be commended. Item number 1 is a financial report. Item number 2 is council member assignments, and 7 is SB1. I'm going to take them in reverse order because of time constraints. SB1 has a time limit apparently of July to apply for funds. Not sure quite what the thinking is. There's lots of different road funds, but you want to tax the people in Fairfax a huge, huge tax amount to cover up what many of us believe is fiscal mismanagement for years. Fairfax's pavement consultant, PEI, has said that at a certain point, it becomes much more expensive to repair things. That's what's happened is Fairfax didn't spend money it should have in the right place for a long time. We should not, as taxpayers, have to make up for town council's fiscal mismanagement. For SB1, there is a sinkhole on Bolinas Road at Mono Way that I've made all Fairfax Town Council members aware of, and the town's insurer and the town manager. And it's been band-aided 3 or 4 times and it's still not being resolved. That should be in the SB1 application if that is the appropriate spot for it before July. Don't let this opportunity for funding go past. Pay attention to what needs to be paid attention to. Not doing so properly will affect all
Thank you,
businesses
Todd.
and residents in downtown Fairfax.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please. Mark.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I just have a comment on number 2. In reading over that, I should have read over the previous months, but I didn't take the time to do it, so I'm not sure about Councilmember Catrano's contributions to item 15, but I was a little disappointed to see that Councilmember Hellman's outreach on item 15 was primarily rabbis and other Jewish community members in the area and probably nationally, since it's kind of directed from them. And she talked to one Palestinian. I didn't see any outreach to Jewish Voice for Peace, Center for American Islamic Relations, 14 Friends of Palestine, and many other groups on the issue. So, you know, it's kind of reminiscent of what happened previously. And I'm pretty much amazed that you guys actually did get a peace proposal together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I want to remind folks that the council member reports are really only supposed to be things that we do at town expense. And frankly, we provide a lot more detail to provide as much information as possible, but it's we're not getting paid for that. So and they may not be everything that we've done. So go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Barbara. Actually, number 2 again, for what our illustrious council has been doing. So I understand by bumping into somebody, there's been a great effort and push to even give away the 2 town lots that were purchased for open space on Forest Avenue for even free to an affordable housing provider to put 10 units there. That would probably, by a workforce housing outlay of 2 bedrooms, probably generate 20 cars. And I appreciate you've made this effort, even though I know Linda Neal's been there and Scott Hostrasser and specifically spoke to you, Barbara, and said it's not feasible. And then your comment was, well, if we just give it to somebody for free, it's still not feasible. But I question if you've made this grand effort, and I do believe it's probably for other agenda or other reasons, excuse me. But have you reached out to the people on Forest Avenue? Because that will shut that small street down and they will be unable to get access for fire to escape, an ambulance for a health issue. And should that go forward, since I am the downslope person of a 63-degree single slope, I will require a performance bond for the trespass of the soil, because to build there, they'll have to remove all those trees that are currently holding that bank up. So I think a realistic $5 to $10 million performance bond is certainly realistic. And there will be a formal request for that should this folly continue. Thank you. The town always has the option to sell me that property and utilize those funds for a capital improvement elsewhere.
Sure.
And I will make sure that there is pedestrian access through it and it will remain open space as the promise this town made when they purchased it in the 1970s. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please. Seeing no one in the room, do we have folks on Zoom? And this is on the consent calendar. So I want to remind folks, if you're calling in on topics that are not on consent calendar items, I will give you a warning and I will have to cut you off. So next speaker, please.
There are 3 speakers on Zoom. The first one is Sierra, followed by Kay. Sierra, you are unmuted.
Happy Fairfax Festival, everybody. Just wanted to say Forest Avenue is basically a one-lane, one-way road, posing two-lane, two-way road. I lived on it right near that lot for many years. I don't see any reason why we have to have a mandate pretty much to build on every piece of vacant land, no matter how steep and how small and how inconvenient it might be. It's steep. It's slidey. It's basically a fire zone pretty well. And honestly, I'm fairly surprised that the town is like trying to sell or do something with a piece of land that was basically gotten as open space or other things and not as building. Anyway, I just don't think we need to build everywhere, and it's not a very good spot. Try going down Forest Avenue either direction, the opposite direction to commute anytime on foot, on a bicycle, or in a car. Or one year for the Fairfax Festival, that was really a great idea. Somebody decided to route the traffic around the parade down Forest Avenue. That was big fun. Anyway, keep the lots, make them open space, don't build on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kay, followed by Zoom user. Kay, you are unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. My comment is in relation to, I think it's what you've done for the month. And Chance, I totally appreciate you on the homeless issue, met at 3 meetings. You guys are doing work. I agreed with Stephanie when she said, like, let's get more information so we know what's happening. As far as our homeless population, that's really important to me. So I don't know how to get more correspondence. I would even take personal email, private email, whatever. And that's it. And thank you for the new bell. It's so much better. The last one was so obnoxious.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Zoom user. You are unmuted.
Let's go to the next speaker.
That's the last speaker.
Okay, thank you. So bringing it back, just I want to thank someone who gave a shout out to Ruth Horn, who's one of the founding members of the Open Space Committee, and it's been on it since pretty much the 20 years it's been in existence. And Mike Ardito, who has been on it for many, many years, both very diligent. And so we appreciate them stepping up. Also want to thank our Public Works Director, Lauren Umbertus, for doing some small road work on the Sir Francis Drake area where we know we want something bigger, but I think this is a good stopgap measure. So appreciate you stepping forward on that. And thank you for your trying to address all my comments on the local hazard mitigation plan. Other folks want to. Okay, I see a finger up over there. It looks like Councilmember Catrano.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 quick things. One, as it relates to the SB1, which again, Public Works Director Umbertus, thank you especially for that attachment that shows the different slurry seal projects to be scheduled in Fairfax. I think that'll be helpful for us and for staff to point people to when people ask about that kind of improvement. The other thing I wanted to put into context from one of the public comments, because we've had a couple of comments asking about SB1 funding, as well as, of course, there are a number of different transportation measures, gas tax, local registration fees and stuff like that. But putting in the perspective, like in fiscal year, I want to say 22-23, the local streets and roads program, SB1, provided $169,390 in revenue to the town of Fairfax. And so for context, you might recall last year, we awarded $732,335 to improve portions of Scenic Road and Porteous Avenue. So it just shows like the scope of, we do get some of these monies from regional and state funds, but they kind of pale in comparison to some of the projects, and the costs just keep going up. So, but I do want to agree with the commenter's original comment about prior decisions, and not spending enough money way back when to address public infrastructure. The other thing, which is tied to that and also tied to my council member reports, is that, as I wrote in my reports, I was in DC 2 weeks ago, met with Congressman Huffman, met with Marin County's lobbyists as it relates to a number of projects that have been put before Congress in hopes that we get quote earmarks, but community project funding. And we got some really excellent news last night that came in today. So it's not in the council member reports. But in addition to Congressman Huffman's earmark of $2 million for the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center safety upgrades, Senator Padilla and Senator Butler both released yesterday that the two county projects, which happen to be two Fairfax projects, the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center safety upgrades for $2.5 million, as well as the Bolinas Road design, which is a partnership between Marin County, Marin Water, and the town of Fairfax for basically $2.5 million as well. Those both were included in earmarks or in the proposals from the senators. And this is the first time in, as far as the staff knew, the first time in Marin's history that both senators brought forward both earmarks, and we're the lucky beneficiaries of this. We won't know for sure until the fiscal year 25 budget is approved at the federal level. But it's really exciting that all three of our representatives in DC are, pulling their weight and really helping us realize some important projects here in Fairfax, and that Marin County got behind that and proposed those two projects as priorities for this year. So just wanted to share that really exciting news. Thank you.
I just want to add that Councilmember Catrano was there on other work that was fully paid for. And so the town did not pay for that trip. And while he was there, he took the opportunity to really lobby for us for our town projects. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Blash.
Yeah, I just wanted to note, I told somebody, I think in an email, that we would have air conditioning. I think it's starting to work now, but it's just been a little bumpy. So I just wanted to sort of apologize to people and say we're working on it to get the room cooled down, because I know it's super hot out and there's a lot of you, and there might be more later. I also wanted to note that somebody had asked, because there's some indication that maybe COVID rates are rising, that there are masks outside on the little platform by the door. So if you feel like you need a mask, they're there. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have Councilmember Hellman?
I just wanted to thank our Director of Public Works for items 6, 7, and 8, and all the work you've been doing for the past couple of weeks related to the crisis at Berry Trail. I know it's been a lot, so thank you. And in response to my council member reports, there was several conversations that weren't omitted. I did speak to Jewish Voices for Peace and a handful of Palestinians that were left out. Like, as you said, not everything is included, but yes, thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Did someone want to make a motion for the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
All right, so that was Vice Mayor Blash, and second, Councilmember Catrano. And could we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay. We are moving on, and We're moving on to the regular agenda. And our first item is authorize the mayor to sign a grant agreement and related documents with the California Coastal Conservancy for funds to aid in the acquisition of the wall property. Would you like to give the staff report?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Town Manager Abrams.
I will be brief. This is very good news. So as you know, the subcommittee, council members or Mayor Kohler and Councilmember Catrano have been working on working with MOST and other potential funders on preserving the wall property as it's known, which is 100 acres of open space. And a application for a grant was submitted to the California Coastal Commission and or Conservancy rather, sorry. And we have been up and down with this. We thought that California state funds would be frozen and luckily it looks as if they are not. And funding of up to $500,000 for that acquisition and preservation of that land is now on the Coastal Conservancy's agenda for this week. And so this action would simply be to have the council approve that the mayor can sign any documents needed to be able to accept those funds for that preservation of that 100 acres of land in Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to just mention, I had offered to go to Sacramento to testify, and they actually don't take comment on these items. So I know Councilmember Catrano and I will be watching separately to make sure it goes without a hitch, and maybe others will as well. So any questions of staff? Seeing none, okay, we will go to public comment. And reminder, folks, it's 2 minutes. This is all good news. And anybody in the room have a comment on this item?
Hi, Todd Greenberg. Once again, I have a concern over transparency and lack of detail in the reports. They're getting better. I'll give you that. But there's some important information that's not here. You're asking people for donations. Everybody wants to save the wall property, but we're not given enough time to actually get answers, and we're not given answers. In the consent calendar, item 2, there wasn't enough time to go into it, but there's a comment that on May 13th, Mayor Kohler and Councilman Cutrano met with the Federated Indians of Graydon Rancheria, also known as FIGR representatives, regarding the wall property. But in this item 11, there's no discussion over what involvement the Federated Indians of Rancheria have with the wall property. Going forward, it'd be nice if there is transparency for everybody about what was actually going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor. One, I'm glad that we're protecting and preserving the wall property. My concern is the amount of money that the town possibly is extending towards this. And the reason I say this is because I put that property in 2004 into escrow for $800,000. The property then later sold to Marshall Rothman, where I thought he paid 1.5, but I'll accept possibly as 1.75. Then when it came to foreclosure, because there were difficulties with his lender and paying taxes, he lost it on the steps for $1 million. And then it comes out that you accepted a single appraisal for $2.3 million. I mean, I've heard chatter that then is raised 2.8, but we'll stay with 2.3. Then I asked the chair of the Marin Open Space Committee, and the reason that there is some, well, we'll donate some of this value back to offset the capital gains. Well, those capital gains that are offsetting and profiteering by the hard money lender still cost the community money. And if that property was acquired for $1 million, I think the town should be prudent and try to get it closer to $1 million as opposed to exaggerating a false price and then saying, oh, you can donate some of this back, protects your gain. We're a community and you're spending money we don't have. And so I hope you will look at that. And again, I compliment you for all the grants you're getting, but that appraisal is way out of line. And I'd certainly like to see a few different appraisals along with it. Thank you.
Deb?
Hi, I just want to go on record as saying I do not support the acquisition of the Walls property because it's, once again, spending money we don't have. And we have bigger fish to fry. I think we've got plenty of open space, and I know that I'm probably very unpopular for saying that, but I haven't supported it since day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay, just bringing it back. I just want to clarify that the Marin Open Space Trust, who this is what they do, and their real estate negotiator is negotiating this. They are raising the funds. We are contributing 100,000 of our Measure A money that we've been squirreling away for open space acquisition to this, but the rest of it is all fundraised through work that our Open Space Committee, Marin Open Space Trust, others, Mike Iarngeli offered the Deer Park Villa site for a very big fundraiser. So we are not spending town funds on this. And I will also say that the folks at Most really know how to appraise these kind of sites and worked with the appraiser that does raw land work, which is very different than real estate, typical residential or commercial real estate. So with that, I see a finger over there. Is that Councilmember Cutrano?
Yes. Just two quick comments. Just to clarify your point that you just made. The town is spending some money. It's just not spending the amount of money that was purported or, questioned by members of the public. It's spending the $100,000 specifically from the Measure A funds that are designated specifically for uses for parks acquisition and parks maintenance. So there's a little bit, but the bulk of the money is coming from a lot of creative places, the county, this hopefully Coastal Conservancy grant. And then the one other piece of news I wanted to share with the council and the public is that this week, we were able to officially get those letters of support from Congressman Jared Huffman, as well as Assemblymember Damon Connolly. And as of yesterday, I believe Senate Pro Tem McGuire's staff were also looking into drafting a letter of support for tomorrow's meeting. But that's great news, again, that we have support from our federal and state partners in Sacramento. So just wanted to share that bit of good news and fingers crossed for that meeting.
I think we'll cross toes too. Vice Mayor Blash, did you have a comment or did you want to make a motion?
Well, I think I want to make a motion, but I also just wanted to reiterate that this was a huge community effort on the part of many, many people coming together across Fairfax, and even some people from outside Fairfax donating, working, doing fundraisers, doing bio blitzes. So this has been a really lovely effort all along, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow, but it has been a lot wider than the town itself working on it. Okay, so I would like to move that we authorize the mayor to sign a grant agreement with the California Coastal Conservancy for funds to aid in the acquisition of the Wall property.
Can I just ask, do we need to note the resolution? Could you just note that as well? To approve the resolution?
To approve the resolution.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Could we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes, thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item 2, which is discuss scientific survey results regarding a possible bond measure for road repairs and direct staff as appropriate. Looks like Town Manager Abrams is up again.
I will start this off, Mayor, and then we will go to Lucia Del Pupo, who is the FM3 representative that led the survey. So just a reminder for everyone, we heard complaints in the room and throughout the community on road condition. Road condition in Fairfax is lowest in the county. And so we wanted to do something about that. And the resources that we currently have been able to put towards that will not even, unfortunately, keep us at the same state. You know, over time, infrastructure degrades. Whether we do anything or not, it does not stay the same. And so even though we are putting in effort, we are fighting an uphill battle, literally and figuratively. And so our thought was, if we could make significant repairs, we could get to the point where some or all of the roads would be at a situation where we would be able to maintain them. And maintaining means we would be able to have a more consistent fiscal outlook. We wouldn't have emergencies that are causing major financial issues, which Fairfax has tended to have for many years now. Each year there seems to be an emergency. And then we would also give people consistency in knowing that, you know, their roads would be serviceable for them. And then we had discussions in January, 2 discussions on this. One was to introduce the idea of a potential road bond, and then that was on January 10th. Then on the 24th, there was another meeting, and Lauren talked about the different plans for repairing our roads. And once you hear the presentation on the survey, which you heard also on May 8th as part of the budget workshop. So it was important to bring that forward so that the council could give us some indication of whether we should be budgeting appropriately for that or not. The council did not give staff direction to go forward or not at that time, but asked that the presentation be brought back. So that's what you're seeing today, is exactly the same presentation as was given on May 8th, so that more people could see it. And then the plan forward would be, if the council does decide to move forward, we could bring back a new 5-year plan that would show you on a map what we could do if you decide to move forward with putting this on the ballot. And then, of course, people would need to vote for it before we would know that we would have the resources to be able to do significant road repairs above what we have already planned. So with that, I will turn it over to Lucia, and she'll describe the survey and the results.
Thank you so much, City Manager. It's a pleasure to be here again this evening. I do need screen sharing powers to be able to share the deck, or if not, if Christine, you want to go ahead and share, that's fine either way.
Okay, you should be good now.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as the City Manager noted, this is a presentation that we covered in early May, so I'm happy to be walking through it again. These are key findings of data from a survey that was conducted in April, and from April 15th to the 22nd. I'll quickly recap on our methodology before we move into the survey findings. This was a dual mode voter survey, which means it was available online and via telephone. Voters were offered the opportunity to participate through phone calls to landlines and cell phones, email invitations, text invitations, and postcard invitations. Over 600 Fairfax voters responded to the survey, and the margin of error on the data is about 5.5% at the 95% confidence level. So getting into some of the community context, we did see that voters are divided on the direction of Fairfax. 46% said the cities or the town is headed in the right direction. 39% say it's on the wrong track, and 15% were uncertain. We also asked about the favorability of some groups and organizations in town. So we asked about Fairfax town staff and administration and about the town council. We did see that a majority had a favorable opinion of town staff, 61% to 19% unfavorable. When it came to the town council, folks were more closely divided, 47% favorable to 41% unfavorable. We asked voters to tell us in a few words of their own what the top issue they would like to see town government address. So this was an open-ended question. We then took their verbatim comments and coded them out thematically. Because folks mentioned more than one thing at a time, this graph adds up to more than 100. But you'll see that the top item that came up really was road repairs and infrastructure. 24% mentioned that to some degree. Other comments that were commonly made regarded housing and affordable housing, rental laws, and homelessness. To a lesser degree, comments about crime and traffic, about 1 in 10 mentioned those. And then even lower, we heard comments about political corruption, pedestrian safety, taxes, inflation, growth and development, education, and other items. On this slide, you can see kind of a sample of some of the things we heard from folks when we asked them to describe the top issues they would like the town government to address. So this include everything from speeding cars in neighborhoods, helping people ensure they have affordable home insurance, tripping hazards, forgotten street upgrades and repairs to drainage and sidewalks, spending within the town's means, infrastructure improvements, and homelessness. So you can see kind of here a sample of some of the things that voters said when we asked this question.
Excuse me, Eva, would you mind turning off the mic? It gives us feedback since you're closest. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sorry, Lucia. Thank you.
No problem. We also asked a close-ended question with a series of potential problems facing the town and asked voters to tell us if each of these was extremely serious, very serious, somewhat serious, or not a serious problem. You can see there on the right, they're ranked by the percentage who said these were extremely or very serious problems. The top problem facing the town is risk of wildfire. 69% said this was an extremely or very serious problem. 36% said it was extremely serious. Just below that were the condition of local roads, the cost of housing, and the cost of living. About 3 in 5 said each of these was very serious. And when looking at the condition of local roads in particular, about 1/3 said it was extremely serious. A majority also said homelessness was very serious with 53%. So this one was extremely or very serious. All the other items we tested, fewer than half said were extremely or very serious. So that included the amount they pay in local taxes, waste and efficiency in government, conditions of sidewalks, condition of infrastructure, traffic, the risk of flooding, deteriorating public facilities, bike safety infrastructure, parking, and crime. Crime was the one that had the largest percentage of folks saying it was not a problem, with 43% said it was not a problem. We also asked about the perception of need for funding for town services. We did see a majority said that there was a need for additional funding to maintain town services that residents need and want. But only 17% saw a great need. So while a majority saw a need, there wasn't a huge amount of urgency, but 1/3 said there was a little or no real need, and about 1 in 10 didn't have an opinion. We asked a similar question about infrastructure. We saw that 3 in 5 saw at least some need for additional funding for infrastructure. About 1/3 also saw little or no real need, and 8% didn't know. So about 1/4 saw a great need for additional funds for infrastructure. So getting into the measure, we tested this ballot language in the survey. We test a 75-word ballot language that looks very much like something that could appear on the ballot. We do have the city or the town attorney review it. And the reason we do that is we want to kind of get a clean read on the ballot question, understand how the community perceives that without having additional information, just really understanding their position based on this language. And we did see that 61% of voters said they would be likely to vote yes on the proposed measure, and 35% were opposed. The threshold for passage for this measure at this point in time is 2/3, it's 67%. So that support does fall just out of that margin of error of that 2/3 threshold. As a follow-up to this question, we asked the yes voters why they would vote yes on this measure. We asked them to tell us in their own words, and we grouped those out thematically. And you'll see that yes voters were largely motivated by the sense that their roads need repairs and infrastructure needs to be repaired. 61% mentioned that. About 1/3 saw these as essential and needed city improvements. And then to a lesser extent, we saw comments about the transparency that comes with bond funding and upgrades to safety. You can see here some examples of these comments that folks made. So neighborhood streets are in terrible conditions, rising construction costs, and deteriorating roads. We need to make these repairs now, safe streets, repairing potholes, liking the citizen oversight, roads needing to be kept up. So again, that 61% roads really shone through in the comments here, as you can see some of those examples. On the no side, we did the same exercise with those voters who said they were not likely to vote for the measure. We asked them why, and we did see the most common reasons were about financial mismanagement, concerns about costs, and the desire to kind of use existing funding. I will say that typically when we do surveys on finance measures or bond measures, the concerns about financial mismanagement and anti-tax sentiment do tend to be the most common reasons that no voters oppose these types of measures. As you can see here, some of the examples of things people said, saying they can't afford the increased property taxes, they don't trust town government, we're already paying a lot, town keeps taxing, and we're not an unlimited pot. So again, this feeling that taxes are really high. We then asked folks about a potential $18 million bond. So saying, suppose that instead of authorizing a $36 million bond that would levy $60 per $100,000 of assessed value, this measure were for $18 million in bond with $30 per $100,000 of assessed value impact. And we did see support a little bit stronger. 64% of voters said they would vote yes. So within the margin of error of 2/3, even though it's not at that 2/3 level. And we did see the definite yes increase. It went from 28% to 33%. So a little bit more definite support, more solid support around the lower dollar amount. So it does seem like a lower amount does increase support. We asked voters about a series of provisions that could be included in the measure, as well as proposed spending areas. And we asked them whether they felt like each was extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not too important. And these are ranked by the percentage who said each was extremely or very important. You can see that on the right-hand side. Everything on this slide is something that 2/3 or more said was very important. We did see at the very top of the list were things that related to accountability, so requiring that funds be used locally, qualifying for state matching funds. But we also saw safe evacuation at the top, 78%, very important. Fixing potholes was very important to 73%. Maintaining open space in natural areas was very important to 70%. Safe routes to school and repairing aging retaining walls and bridges was very important to 2/3 of voters. On the next slide, you see things that a majority of voters said was very important, but it's below 2/3 level. And that includes repaving streets, maintaining Fairfax's infrastructure, updating the fire station, maintaining the fire station, improving bicycle and pedestrian safety, repairing sidewalks, requiring independent citizen oversight, and improving accessibility for people with disabilities. On the next slide, you'll see the items that less than half of voters said it was very important to use bond funds for. And that included maintaining the Fairfax Pavilion, providing housing for those experiencing homelessness, reducing traffic, repairing the pavilion, and providing electric vehicle chargers. We, throughout the survey, asked voters initially their support for that measure, as I showed you earlier. We then provided a series of positive statements in favor of the measure and did the same with critical statements, things that might come up as reasons to vote no. And we did see that support for the measure did remain stable. A majority of voters consistently said they would vote yes. It didn't reach the 2/3 threshold after this exchange of information, but we did see support pretty consistent. 61% said they would vote yes initially. 61% said they would vote yes after hearing the positive information. And then after hearing both pro and con arguments, 57% said they would vote yes. And we did see the intensity grow with more than 1/3 after those positive messages saying they would definitely vote yes. But unfortunately, it does fall short of that 2/3 threshold. As you can see on this slide here, these are some of the statements that we tested in favor of the measure. And the ones that really resonated very strongly, those top two, where more than 40% of voters said they were very convincing, related to qualifying for matching funds for repairs and the cost of deferred maintenance and the need to fix things now or it gets more expensive in the long run. The next kind of tier of messages related to accountability and local control, which we also saw resonating in the section where we looked at provisions and important provisions of the measure, and the idea that Fairfax's street conditions are among the worst in Marin. Then we did see about 1/3 saying it was very convincing that Fairfax's potholes are dangerous and need to be repaired for everyone's safety, and that could potentially be part of the wall property funding. As we continue further down the list, we see the items that maybe resonated a little less strongly, and that included improvements to the fire station, safe routes to school, the Fairfax Pavilion, the town's financial track record, and the past successes it's had when it comes to public works projects and road repairs. So here quickly, you can see when we add the very convincing and the somewhat convincing, those generally about, especially those top arguments, about 3/4 said they were overall at least somewhat convincing. But most of the arguments or and statements were very convincing to a majority of voters. It was really just that last item on the past successes that didn't really resonate very much. So overall, stepping back and taking away, it does look like a majority of voters consistently support the proposed $36 million bond measure, but support does fall short of that 2/3 level that's necessary to succeed at the ballot for this type of measure. We did see a growth both in intensity and overall support when we tested that lower bond amount. And we also did see some positive movement in terms of the definite support after the messaging. So overall, there could be some benefit to doing some outreach and communicating with the community, even though at this point in time, it's not hitting that 2/3 mark. I will stop there and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Hellman has questions.
Hi there, thank you. Could you go back to, I think it was slide 4, please?
Sure, one sec. I'm gonna zoom through. Is this one?
No, forward. I think it
Was it question
yes,
4?
that one. The council got some emails about this, and I just want to publicly allow for you to share just from a methodological approach. Why do you offer up all these different topics on the survey?
Yeah. So in this question, we don't actually offer these topics. These are things that people organically volunteered, and we then kind of tried to group the comments thematically. So, 24% people mentioned roads and infrastructure. So we kind of grouped those comments and tried to identify trends. And we asked this open-ended question in this way so that we don't make assumptions, right? So that we do hear what the community is raising. And then we have that follow-up closed-ended question with the things that, working with city staff, we suspect will be issues or things that the community could be concerned about. So we then also have that data to contextualize some of these comments as well.
Okay, I think it might be confusing because when we developed the survey, we were talking about different categories of spending. So I guess I might be confused about what part of the survey we're talking about here. But my next question is on page. Is that what you?
This is the closed-ended one.
Okay. Yes, that's the one. So can you speak to that?
Yeah. So I think, again, this was developed in conjunction with the committee, both kind of hearing things that we know that you all have heard from community members are concerns, things that we have seen in Marin County and the Bay Area as concerns, and also just creating some of those items are benchmarks, right? So traffic congestion is a frequent benchmark. Homelessness is another benchmark, which we know is kind of a concern that the community has, but it kind of helps contextualize all the data to have these different kind of common issues that we see in the Bay Area, along with ones that are very specific to Fairfax.
Okay. And then my next question is on page 23. And while you're getting there, can you remind us, did the survey test like price sensitivity or what the palatability would be for X type of bond in terms of assessed value, et cetera?
So the 75-word ballot question is required to mention the impact on the assessed value, or so the rate. So it is a $60 per $100,000 of assessed value rate, and that is mentioned in that 75-word ballot question that voters reacted to. And then when we followed up with that $18 million bond, we also mentioned the impact there because we wanted to kind of give voters that information, the complete information to react to.
Okay, so they weren't, so what I'm getting at is what I'm curious about is, so the deferred maintenance is that item, right? The messages in favor that folks were responding to. Is there any possibility that they could have perceived that 36 million as being the bond amount, or were they prompted with different bond amounts and what that assessed value rate would be? Are you following me?
Yeah, I am following you.
Okay.
They did. So they were prompted earlier in the survey. That was before this part with the follow-up for the $18 million bond. It is possible that there was a little bit of confusion on this question because the $36 million matches exactly the overall ask. But the question was asked as it appears here on the slide. So there wasn't additional context or information provided. So I can't be certain if there was confusion about that.
Right. Because I mean, if you compare it to like our general fund, right, like 36 million is a boatload of funding. So I'm just curious. And then I think that was it for me. Thank you. Thank you again. It was a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. Do we have questions? It looks like Vice Mayor Blash has a question.
Yeah, I was wondering if you explain again why we consider this a scientific survey and the sort of things that you did to avoid bias.
Of course. So we pull a random sample of voters from the voter registration files. And in the case of Fairfax being a small community, we pull all the contact information essentially that is available through the voter registrar. We then set demographic quotas to ensure that our survey sample mirrors the electorate. And we then begin outreach. So we started outreach with postcards, and which then directed to the online survey, and then followed up with text messages, emails, and phone calls to the different modes. But it is really that fact that pulling a random sample, or in your case, pulling the whole voter registration file, and then setting those demographic quotas, that is the random nature is essentially what allows us to associate a margin of error to the data. And we associated that margin of error based on our target sample of, which was originally 300, because we essentially got such a strong response online that we wanted to be conservative and kind of use standard weighting techniques to kind of make sure that both the mode wasn't biasing the data as well as the demographic representation.
Okay, thank you. I also just wanted to ask a couple things. Maybe it'll be our staff, but my understanding is that assessed value is usually a lot lower than what we usually think of as the, sort of market value of our house. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. So homeowners benefit from Prop 13 by it keeps property values that are assessed lower, right? So your market value of your home might be $1 million, but your assessed value might be more like 400 or less. And that's very typical as people buy their homes in California and then stay there. There is a limit. It can't raise more than 2% every year, even though you may be seeing market value gains of 10% or more. And so I just also want to point you to the fiscal impact section of the staff report, because I tried to make sure that it was clear that if it was a $36 million bond, then the cost for property owners would be $60 per $100,000 of assessed value. And so you'll see in that report that the average assessed value or the median is $650,000 in Fairfax, so quite a bit lower than.
That's for a single family home.
For a single family home, yes. And so you can imagine that's quite a bit lower than the median market value. And the cost to that property owner annually per year for that $36 million amount would be $146.25 a year for better roads. So that's just an example. And I also tried to break it down if it was at that half level. And I do have other figures if you're interested in that as well.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Maybe my calculations were wrong, but based on $60 for 100,000 of average assessed value, a $650,000 home, I came to $390 a year.
I can double check that with our.
I mean, if you just say 60 times
Right,
100,
understand.
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's actually 390 per year. And that's if you went to 18 million, it would be $30 for 100K, so it would add to 195.
Cuts it in half.
Yeah, so that's a little different. We get a little,
We
I
can
mean,
have
I
some-
get a little verklempt when I do that stuff, but I recalculated a few times.
Thank you.
So I think it's higher.
And okay, and so that's good. It's a good clarification. So it would depend on what level of bond was chosen, if indeed something was chosen. The second question I had, which I realized, a little later, is that we have a current bond measure for streets and roads that's being paid off. And I was wondering if you could clarify when it will be paid off. And also, I think that means that, I think that people are hearing that there's going to be yet another tax, but actually it seems like this would be sort of almost like a replacement for that tax, but I'm not sure how it's going to compare. But could you clarify like what's happening with that other bond measure, when it will be paid off, and how it would overlap with a new bond if a new bond was taken out for roads?
Yes, right. So that Measure K was passed in 1999, so quite a while ago. And then those funds were drawn and used on roads. And as is typical with a bond, they're paid off over many years, right? So the initial estimate of the cost per $100,000 of assessed value for that was, I think I have it here, $58. So it was very similar. All of that money, just like a mortgage, right? I took a mortgage on my home and I used that money to buy the home so I can use it, but I'm still paying it off, right, over many years. And so that's what's happening with Measure K. But we are actually almost to the end of that. Not quite, but the cost for Measure K last year and this year is $22.50 per $100,000 of assessed value. And that will be completely done by 2027. So they're not overlapping in terms of the money we're trying to get into the road system. But we're trying to, and I don't have the right technical term for it, but we're trying to replace one with the next.
Okay, that's good. And then just to follow up, I always hear questions about this. Why aren't the grant funding that we get now, why is that not sufficient to address the roads? Like, do you have an idea how much we get, why, and how much we actually need? I think we said something like 36 million. I'd just be curious because I know that people have questions about where does that tax money go? Where does it come from in the first place? Is it enough, et cetera?
Yeah, so the need is quite great. And part of that has to do with the fact that much of Fairfax was built at around the same time. So the infrastructure is aging out at around the same time. And there's a lot of deferred maintenance. There's a lot of weather hazards, et cetera. And then in terms of grants, we tend to get, typically we'll get in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Lauren can explain that a little bit more. But the need is millions and millions of dollars. 36 million would, it's the ideal to me because that would allow us to touch every road and really make a huge difference in the town. If the council decides to, push forward, but at a lower amount, then we'd want to come back and show you what roads we could touch for that. And then as far as, I think you also asked about other taxes or grants that we receive. So for example, the gas tax, and that's all in the budget book that we studied on May 8th and you adopted on May 29th. But I'll just give you some examples. So gas tax, which is shown on page 66 of the budget. The annual revenue for that is, we're looking at under $200,000. So it's not a repaving project. It might be a patch project, but it is not even one repaving project. Lauren?
Thank you, Town Manager. To add some context to what the comment was that Town Manager Abrams just mentioned, the gas tax that we receive is based upon a calculation for the size of our city. It's not based upon need. We don't submit a list of streets and say, this is the amount of money we need. We get an allocation that is, basically told to us that your estimated amount of money that you'll receive over the course of this following year is $185,000 or whatever that number is. So that we have to show how we're going to spend that money. We certainly, as you've seen in the 5-year plan, the first year has an anticipated expenditure of over $500,000 for slurry. We'll apply $185,000 of the gas tax to that and any other eligible funding that we receive from either TAM or any of those that we can use for that purpose. So that's one quick clarification on that.
Are there other questions of staff? Bruce?
Yes, I have a question for Lucia. Thank you very much again. Very good work. This question you won't be able to put an error interval around, but because it's somewhat subjective, but I'm just wondering if you have any, since you've done this kind of work before in the past, if you've got any input to us as to how much these figures that your survey has uncovered at this moment change over the course of a good part of a year of time and all the things that happen in town and voters thinking about this more, maybe learning more about it. I mean, I know your survey did a very good job of trying to sort of simulate that process, but I'm wondering how you have seen in the past that compares with what actually happens if people do take up put something on the ballot that you've surveyed. That makes sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
I'm
And
sorry, it's
a tough
subjective,
question. So I think, and you reflected this in your question, but I do want to reiterate, that's part of why we do that kind of exchange of information. We do try and kind of capture what happens if voters do have a chance to hear all the reasons why this could be a good idea, and similarly why someone might not want to do this. So we are trying to kind of do the high and lower bounds within the survey. It is a limited tool in that, obviously, as you noted, a lot of things could happen between now and November. And we do have to do the polling kind of out earlier for planning purposes for towns. So our experiences, frankly, we have a lot of confidence in our data, but there are extenuating circumstances, right? There can be a very, very strong organized campaign and lower bond amounts and really positive community support that could kind of go past what the survey shows. There could also be, very polarizing political environment that pushes down support or creates a lot of negativity, or an economic shock, right? I think we saw that a lot with March 2020. A lot of the measures on that ballot landed in a different place than what they had pulled for. This was industry wide, and I think that was because obviously there was this shock that came at that time. So I apologize. It is a difficult question just because I do feel very confident in the data that at this point in time, it's really close to 2/3. You do have solid majority support, but it's just not hitting that 2/3 level. But I think there are a lot of factors, as you noted, between April when we did the poll and November that the opinion could potentially change. So.
Thank you, Lucia. I think we should go to public comment. I don't have any questions. I have a couple of comments when we come back. So let's go to Michael McIntosh. Could you set the timer, please?
Thank you, Barbara. First thing I'd like to do, right now, the town council does not really have the support or the confidence from the community that you're going to spend this money properly. And what I suggested to the Tam Union High School District, same thing for their renewal of their Measure A, you might do better if instead of saying, we're going to tax you and then we're going to figure out how to spend the money, to come up front and say, listen, how about if we put a property tax for 5 years that sunsets so you can continually manage and see what we're doing and tell us that you're going to use this initial money to fix these roads. And you might get a lot further. That said, I would like to talk about the mismanagement of money that you've collected for these roads that you have not allocated to the roads. We'll start with the UUT. For our audience, that stands for Users Utility Tax. That's a multiplier of 0.04 to your PG&E bill and your other utilities. Last year, or the year before, the town allocated in their budget $365,000 and collected $375,000. This is for a road impact fee for the weight of the PG&E vehicles and encroachment fees coming up and down on our roads. Additionally, there's the gas tax, another $185,000. And then there's the franchise fee tax, where this town negotiated back with Marin Sanitary Service, which is really a kickback, 15%. So every dollar we pay, you guys get a kickback of 15%, again, to offset the road impact fees from their heavy trucks. That's fine. But you're depositing the UUT and these franchise fees into your general budget instead of putting them into a specific account so we can see as retained earnings that it's restricted for the roads. So if you had last year approximately $800,000 to $900,000 and you're spending between $100,000 and $500,000 and you look back for the last 10 years, that's misappropriation of funds. We have these funds to do a lot of our roads. So again, 5-year tax, let us review it.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please. And if you feel comfortable doing so, please identify yourself and where you live.
Good afternoon. Jim Cosgrove from Bay Road. Excuse me. Thank you, FM3. Useful information. I know we've had a lot of turnover in the Public Works Department, town management. I think we talk about road repair. I think we're also getting into hillside stabilization. And I just don't know if that was ever truly assessed in the independent contractor that had come in and did a road assessment. You know, there was a front end loader that flipped over up on the upper part of what was the road up in the hills? Yeah, yeah. I mean, that I looked at it, the gentleman has a video of it, and you know, that retaining wall broke away. Luckily, nobody was killed. We're quite lucky. But my question to you is on Measure K and the money in that we've been spending. This is not directed at anyone. I mean, is there somewhere that the public can take a look at a maintenance schedule, how this money was spent and the roads and the potholes that, you know, we're going to be doing this and this month or this quarter, or road matrix in Fairfax on where that money's being spent? I think if that's available, if you guys can let me know, and I think that'd be very helpful for the public to see that how these funds are being spent. And maybe you know, this measure can get some wings, because we can't, I don't even know if it does exist. And we can't continue to do the same thing over with this new policy. We're going to have to, because you're talking about a lot of money, and have a network and a process in place for the road maintenance. So it's, you know, if you can explain Measure K, how the money's spent and the work's done. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Frank Yeager from the Cascades. With the average home in Fairfax now selling for $1 million, my question is one of real transparency. You could throw some numbers around, but we have to tell the folks in town what's going to happen to them in November. If it's $30 per 100,000, it equates to a $300 a year tax increase. If it's $60 per 100,000, it's $600 a year for that $1 million house. The Town Pius Union High School District will have a bond measure that will add $400 a year to our taxes. The Bay Area Housing Bond will add $300 a year to our taxes. That's going to be either $1,000 a year in Fairfax or $1,300 a year in Fairfax, an increase in taxes. Fairfax's rent stabilization ordinance strictly limits rent increases. Housing providers will have to eat these tax increases. This measure rewards Fairfax's lack of regular street maintenance and the council's misguided priorities. I urge you to pass on a November bond measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Mara Menachem. I'm sure some of you know me. I've sent you a lot of emails. I'm curious, the survey, what was the percentage of Fairfax residents being concerned with the city's involvement in foreign affairs? I didn't see that
Okay,
question.
that's not related
I was
to
wondering
the
if that was
road.
one of the survey questions. Well, that's relevant. Was it one of the survey questions about the
Okay.
town's?
We're not answering questions. You
Okay.
can just pose
Can't
it.
wait to hear.
Thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I've already made comments about the scientificness of the survey, so I'm going to move on to some other issues. According to the financial records, the gas tax for last year was $410,000, not 180 or whatever was recently spoken by the town manager. Road impact fees, I'm sure that when people are doing building houses, a lot of times you must have road impact fees on the building permits because you've got trucks, you've got excavation, you've got supplies going in. That's not been directed to road maintenance. And the other thing is there's been a pretty large turnover in properties over the past 10 years. So we've had a pretty large, significant increase in the property tax basis. One of my neighbors paid 1.2 for his small house a couple of years ago. That's at $60. That's another $720,000. Sorry, it's another $720 a year. He's probably already paying $18,000 or $20,000 on his assessment as is. I know another lady who bought her house like 10 years ago. She built an ADU to offset her $16,000 that she's paying in property tax. So where's the property tax money going? My understanding is that it's doubled, if not tripled, over the past 10 years of what the town is receiving. And so to come to the public to cover over what you should have been doing during that time, I think is disingenuous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here. I live in Fairfax, and I'm very concerned about the continuing fiscal mismanagement going on. I'm very concerned that a former mayor of Fairfax told me once, some time ago, that Fairfax stopped doing surveys because they didn't like the answer. Now, the answer here, as FM3's consultant has said, is that this measure won't pass. The answer here is that 46% plus of the people don't approve of this town council, but I guess you don't like the answer. But you spent $32,690 of public money to get that answer, which got done in a mere 8 days. Many people who wanted to provide further input were prohibited providing further input because of the short duration with no notice of the short duration. Fairfax needs an austerity budget, not a new bond. You need to tighten your belts. This is covering up, or an attempt to cover up, fiscal mismanagement. This Fairfax Town Council has not been a wise allocator of capital. The pavement consultant says that if we spent $500,000 a year, we would be able to maintain our current condition. Well, if you tighten your belt, you might have more than that. If you spent the money that came in for roads, you would have a lot more than that rather than taxing people. If you were a wise allocator of capital, you would be able to fix the roads without taxing people further. There's a better plan. Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, says, how do you defeat a poor plan with a better plan? Fairfax needs an austerity budget. The town manager is incorrect. It's not like a mortgage. It's more like a money out refi.
Thank you, Todd. Todd, could you do me a favor? I get migraines, and when that light is flashing, it's giving me a migraine. So could you, your phone, if you could keep it lowered, that would be perfect. Thank
It
you.
would be great if some of the public's request to have better light here in the back, it's very hard to read. It
Okay,
could be
well,
a
if you could
wise
not-
use of
if you could
capital to
not
provide
point
better
it
light.
at us, that would be great. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I feel compelled to mention with regards to the survey, I saw a number of items listed on that survey, yet nothing was mentioned. Not one item was tied to what Mara said to foreign relations. And yet, from what I understand, this council has spent hours and hours and hours on an item that was not even thought to be put out there on the survey. And that just feels really puzzling to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Deb.
Deb London, I think it's because the survey was specific to the road bonds, so that's why there was no other questions outside of that. I believe that agreed, you don't have the 2/3 vote. We will, many of us will campaign to get this turned down. It's good money after bad. You guys had plenty of money, all those things that they were talking about, the gas tax, the UT. You spent our hard-earned money on unnecessary, extreme, paralyzing rent control. That was a lot of money you spent on that. And I actually feel like this, that the survey is always skewed toward whoever's paying for it. I don't know what you can get, or I'm sure there's a few places left which are assessed values are at the 600 range, but not very many. So I do believe that there is an overlap unless the new bond measure, should it pass, doesn't go into effect until the end of 2027. There's a definite overlap. Just doing the math. And honestly, all of these bonds stacked up on each other are massive. It's death by 1,000 cuts. If God forbid, you should be old enough to own your own property. It's usury, it's terrible, and we cannot afford this. I mean, I just did a quick calculation. I know those amounts that were mentioned, and I got like 2,000 or 2,500. It's untenable. We cannot survive this. And yet you insist that landlords can only raise their rents by what, 2%, 60% is CPI. It's insane.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room? I see one. Thank you. Is that PJ?
Yep. Hey,
Uh,
PJ Fairfax,
You need
homeowner.
to speak a little closer to the mic or maybe taller.
PJ Pfeffer, Fairfax homeowner. I just wanted to ask whether the survey, I know you factor in and you analyze the results in light of potential campaigns for and against this bond measure down the road. I'm wondering if it also factors in, because I think it's probably unusual, if there is a campaign to generate negative survey results when the survey's out to the community, as I know happened here, having had family members receive certain emails urging them to provide negative responses during the survey, not the actual bond campaign. And if it's not reflected, if that's something that FM3 has considered before in analyzing their results. I also just wanted to note, in the interest of considering the bond measure, that if the town does decide to take an austerity mindset with the budget, an austerity budget is really just telling people without money that they should suffer. And I don't encourage the town to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, PJ. Are there speakers on? PJ, would you mind turning the mic off? It just provides feedback. Thank you. Are there speakers on Zoom?
There are 3 speakers on Zoom.
Okay.
The first speaker is Sierra, followed by Michael. Sierra, you are unmuted.
Okay. Something to definitely think about is what's the average price of a house these days if somebody's lucky enough to get in to Fairfax. I've been seeing a lot of 1.2, 1.6 millions, even some 1.8s for cracker boxes. So, and some of those people are just trading one house for another, moving sideways. If somebody's lucky enough to do that, their property taxes per year are going to be $18,000 per year or more. That's a lot. And then you take into account the rental provisions that you have been wrangling with, which are the strictest in the state, I think, much stricter than the state. People aren't going to be able to make ends balance or meet, and you're going to have a lot more decrepit properties that just aren't going to get maintained. And it's being unfairly passed on to the housing providers. As for roads and everything else, there's a lot of deferred maintenance, and material costs are going up considerably. I'd say probably close to double from what they were before COVID. And the price of oil products probably isn't going to go down. So it's probably going to be cheaper to do it now than later, and we need to do something. But the costs are considerable, and how to balance that out. It's things are nowhere near fair anywheres, and underneath it all, the only real wealth is going to be found in pure air, clean water, and healthy, diverse environments and communities.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michael, followed by Gina. Michael, you are unmuted.
Great, thank you. So thank you, Mayor. I'm Michael Sexton, Director of the Marin Residence. In regards to the scientific survey, thank you for spending the $32,000 to confirm what most of us already know, that the town council has lost the trust and confidence of a large quantity of Fairfax residents, and two, that there's no appetite for asking the public to cough up more of their hard-earned money for road repair. Due to the neglect of basic infrastructure by the town councils over the years, there's an obvious need for road repairs. But let's look at the broader conclusions of the survey. 41% of the surveyed residents have a negative view of the town council, and less than 50% have a favorable view. Regardless of how you spin this condemnation of the town council does not bode well for confidence in the future. And why is that? Basically because the public believes that they are not being listened to and that your priorities for the town are misplaced. And why is there no appetite of the public to spend more of the money, even though we can all see the need for road repair? Slide 17 indicates that 43% of the no respondents indicate that they are worried that the town will, in their words, mismanage proposed funding or has spent funds with nothing to show for it. The final conclusion of the survey says that the proposed bond measure does not appear viable at this time. Additional public education on the need for funding could increase support over time. I say this is the ultimate wrong conclusion. The public isn't dumb. There is a glaring need for road repair, but the problem isn't education around this issue. The problem is that time and time again, the town council ignored the will and the input from the citizens, which has resulted in a blatant lack of confidence in this town council leadership. Like Deb, Frank, Michael, and Todd mentioned, I urge you to pass on considering this bond measure until the council can figure out how to use the taxes that were already collected for this purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there's one more speaker.
There are two more speakers. The next speaker is Gina, followed by Kay. Gina, you are unmuted.
Hi, and thank you. I just wanted to follow up on a few of the other comments that the slide with the self-generated by the voters of their top interests didn't include anything on international affairs, and I believe it went down to 1% of the comments or self-generated concerns. Perhaps there was a less than 1% of constituents that mentioned that concern. And I do request that if that is rolled into another topic or it's less than 1%, that the research firm clarify that in the report. And then in the other slide that was generated by the research firm, again, the topic of international affairs was not highlighted. And to the extent that because the town council has spent a significant amount of time on international affairs recently, I would request that going forward, the next survey includes international affairs so that we can better gauge the interest of our town. And one more request is that based on the fact that it isn't appearing in this report, I would urge the council to take that into consideration on your vote on the upcoming resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next and last speaker is Kay. Kay, you are unmuted.
Hi, I just have one question. Why do we have the worst roads in all of Marin, but we paid, I think, the highest tax percent of all of Marin? I think San Anselmo pays like 1.5 something, and we pay 1.81%. So how does San Anselmo do it and Fairfax doesn't? Same question, I just said it 3 different ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. No more speakers. I just want to bring it back and just share something before we open it up to more deliberation. So the average assessed value for a single family median single family home is $650,000. And we realize that there are properties that are going for 1.2, 1.8, that in most places in the country wouldn't go for that. And there are people that have moved into town and are paying those high prices. But you did get the average assessed value for median single family home, and that was $650,000. So I did some calculations. If it were to be a $36 million bond amount, and that would be $60 per 100,000 of assessed value, that would be $390 per year. For 18 million, look, it would be $30 per 100,000 of assessed value, and that would be $195 per year. I went a little further looking at 15 million, and I'm hoping my calculations are correct. It would be $25 per 100,000 of the median assessed value, and that would be $162.50 per year. I went even further and went to 9 million, and that would be $15 per 100,000 of the assessed value for the median single-family home, and that would be $97.50 per year. So I know that there are people who have spent a fortune on their houses and they are new and they will have higher taxes, but we're looking at the median. The other thing I think I just want to point out is the margin of error was 5.7% in the study. So, and that's a 95% confidence level. Is that correct, Lucia? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just want to ask one question before we actually, I'm taking a little prerogative. I usually wait, but I didn't say anything before. So what we're looking at is the basic idea of Measure K would expire, we'd be done paying off in 2027. So if we were to bring some road bound measure this year, that would extend, it would be an extension of Measure K in essence. But the next opportunity would be in 2026. You couldn't run something in 2025. So I just have a question is, if instead of doing a road bond measure at this time and putting it to the voters, would we, did we look at all sort of a bridge kind of funding, a loan from the county for maybe $2 million to get us a couple of years, and then we could put some of the money that we have, clearly not enough, but just to get us a bridge to 2026. And did you look into that? I know I asked you that beforehand, and could you let us know? I think it was something like it was a difference of 4.8% interest. It could be as high as 5.5%. Could you tell us what that would be if we did something like that, 2 million with, I think it's a 5-year payoff?
Yes, so we approach the county. They do make loans to the jurisdictions quite frequently. They would evaluate us based on our ability to repay. They were very willing to provide $2 million in funding, and that would be one single tranche, right? So not 1 million at 1 year and 1 million the next year. And yes, the interest rate was between 4.8 and 5.5, I believe, plus 1%. That's their sort of administrative costs, if you will. And so we could pay that back within our means. That would give you a project, or, you know, it would not be sort of the grand vision of touching every street or most streets, but it would give you an opportunity to perhaps, you know, demonstrate the effectiveness of spending those dollars in order to be able to give that service to the public. So that's an option that you could use, you know, if you wanted to wait until 2026. It will not completely stem the flow of blood, if you will, from the roads that continue to degrade.
And thank you for that. And my thought was that if we borrowed a couple of million to get us a bridge for 2 years, that we could also put forward from our normal funds, maybe 500 to $1 million each year. So it's really a bridge. It's obviously it's not the grand vision. It's not getting us to the PCA rating we want to be, but it would provide some bridge and some more ability than where we're at now. So thank you for that. And I'm sorry, guys, for going first, but I just wanted to get that out there as something to think about. So who had the finger up first? Oh, I think I saw Councilmember Catrona.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So thank you for that too. And I'm glad that we have a little bit of research into the county backup plan. I just wanted to pull back for a moment to one of the comments, specifically the comment that maintaining $500,000 a year, which is the average funding that the town has had in prior years before last year, that somehow would allow us to maintain our roadways as is. At our regular January town council meeting on January 24th, we actually received a proposed 5-year plan. And it was in that plan that we actually learned that not only was the, current budget woefully inadequate over the next 5 years, if we kept it that same $500,000, it would take us from a PCI score, pavement condition index score, of 53 out of 100 down to 46 out of 100 if we kept it as it has been on average historically. Just to the gentleman's comment that let's just keep it as is and we'll be able to maintain things. That is not what we have received as information. If we wanted to maintain our PCI score at 53, which I hope we want it to improve, we would need to spend on average $2.4 million a year for the next 5 years. So even with that backup plan of a $2 million loan, we would still be decreasing in our pavement condition while also indebting ourselves to the county and having to pay them back money, on top of needing to make the ask at some point in time to the community and let them know that we need to figure out a strategy to increase our pavement condition. The strategy of increasing pavement condition that was proposed to us in the 5-year projection in January was increasing our pavement condition by 5 to go up to 58 over the next 5 years would require an average of $4 million a year in spending on pavement. Which is how we end up with the discussion about this large number. And I appreciate the suggestion of, a vision touching every single road in Fairfax, because we know that, if not the entire integrity of the road, at least some stretches of probably every road in Fairfax have work that needs to get done. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record, because I'm concerned about that kind of, suggestion that pulling back money, pulling back spending, an austerity budget, if you will, is going to bring us the salvation we need as far as road maintenance. I think that, and I've said it up here before, but that sort of thinking over the last 20 plus years is what delivered us to the moment where we did not keep up with the maintenance that we needed to do. We had a nice fat reserve of 40 to 50%, and we said, let's not spend, let's keep everything lean and mean. And that sounds great until the chickens come home to roost. One thing I wanted to share as far as attention back on the slides, and I was wondering, Lucia, can you pull the slides back up potentially? I want to go to slide 17, which is page 20 in the packet, and that refers to questions 3 and 5. Would you vote yes in favor of it or no to oppose this measure? Awesome. Yeah, I think I might have mentioned this at the budget workshop, but I find this to be the most interesting slide, and I think it draws maybe different conclusions for me than it does for Mr. Sexton and some of the other people who draw alternative conclusions about the viability of these things. I was interested in pointing out that the definitely no. So if you look at, cutting it down from 36 to 18, you see that total yes gets close to the 2/3 without us doing anything out in the community, talking to anybody, showing them what streets would be touched, showing them how much it will eventually cost to repave these roads if they deteriorate further, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, it's not going to get any cheaper. But that 64%, it isn't pulling totally from within that number there. There's shifting that's happening at the $18 million bond level. So you see, like, yes, the 26, probably yes, goes down to 24, and definitely yes, goes from 28 to 33. But those two numbers don't add up, those percentages. So there's actually folks coming from the total no and moving into the yes, which I guess you would expect. And you're also seeing an increase in undecided as we go down the threshold, which again makes sense. We're spending less money. People already knew that there was a larger amount. Now they're being presented with a smaller amount. So that's pretty interesting to me. But the definitely no changing from 22 to 16 is what I find to be very compelling, is that like people want to start having the conversation as we move down from this really large number. And being at that 64% in that 18 million, that actually, especially with 7% undecided, I mean, that sort of thing gives someone like me confidence that if we start talking to our neighbors, if there is a robust campaign, if we are going door to door, if we are sending mailers, if we are able to show the amazing stuff that Lauren and Heather have been pulling together over the last year and a half, now that we have a standalone public works director and we're getting our feet out from under us and we're able to get some of this work done. I think that's we actually have a shot at passing something, and something that we need, because the next time this comes, if we wait 2 years, that 36 number is going to be a lot bigger, and that 18 number is going to have to be a lot bigger too. And there are, as Mr. Egger mentioned, there are a lot of other folks that are trying to go after their vision for what property taxes and all these things should be going for. And I don't want to, throw shade on any of those other initiatives, but we know that this initiative is super important. And I think personally, I would feel confident, and I'd be happy to raise my hand to do a lot of walking and talking to try to make the case for, at the very least, the $18 million bond, where it's almost at that 66% without us doing anything, except, as Mr. Greenberg mentioned, the 8 days of postcards and phone calls and coordinated campaigns and things like that. So I wanted to share those thoughts and make that case and add that to discussion early on. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, that was a great presentation on your behalf. Vice Mayor Blash, did you have something?
Yeah, I want to say a couple of things, and I might have something more to say later. So I'm just going to put out again that I'm really glad that we did a scientific survey, and I'd like to see our town do this more frequently. I think it's really like an investment in transparency, that we're really reaching out to people who may not be able to make it to council meetings. We have like 5,700 voters in Fairfax, and not all of them come consistently to council meetings. So it's meeting people where they're at. So I feel very good about that. I'd like to see that happen more often. I will note that Novato is doing a big survey right now because they're concerned about their budget and they're having budget problems, which we're not. Mill Valley recently did a big survey like this. It's pretty common for people, for cities to do these surveys, and you hire a consultant because they're the expert at it, but also because they're third party. So they're not us. They're there to, as I noted, try to eliminate bias in how the survey is developed and conducted. So I'm very grateful to FM3 for doing this and doing a really good job. I did want to just answer or ask about a couple of questions. Okay, so one comment from the public was that we have the worst roads, but the highest tax percent. And I think that might be related to the fact that we have wanted to have an independent police department and other public services that other towns don't have. I could be wrong, but I'm just going to put that out there, that might be related to that. Is that correct, or?
Well, I would point your attention again towards the budget, and in the first few pages of the budget, we actually have a pie chart which shows where the funding is spent. And yes, so public safety, fire, and police first, and then fire are the biggest parts of the budget. And that's because people in Fairfax value those the most.
And then I'm just going to note that we did already discuss this, but we had a member of the public, ask where the Measure K funding is going right now. And my understanding is the Measure K funding is just paying off the debt for the repairs that were made a long time ago. Is that?
That's right. So issuance were made and projects were completed, and then you pay, just like a mortgage, you pay them off over time. You get to use them, but you pay them off over time. And the reason that a financial instrument like this is proposed is because the situation that Fairfax is in is that if we continue paying as we go, we never get a large enough chunk to really do those projects that need to be done so that we can just maintain.
So there's not like this pot of money where people are paying into Measure K and somehow those funds aren't being used. They were used. It's just that we're paying them off now.
Yes.
Okay. And there's not, somebody asked about road impact fees. Is there some sort of pot of money that should go to roads that's not going to roads somewhere? I think, and we've had a report from our auditor and from our financial folks recently on our budget that seemed to indicate that we were in good shape and that things were going where they're supposed to go. But is there some money that we could reallocate from somewhere else?
So I think it can be confusing for folks because revenues come in and they are then put into the general fund, and then the budget shows how those revenues are, or how the general fund is allocated. So there's not, you're not seeing money from gas tax going specifically to this one project. You're seeing money coming in from gas tax, for example, and then go into the general fund, and then the general fund funds those different projects, but there's no, it's not as if that money is not being spent appropriately. And we do have audits that are done every year. We have excellent audits, and we have an excellent credit rating, and we also have a reserve that is healthy, which is very different from some of the cities that are not able to keep their, not only their reserves going, but even have cash flow issues.
Okay, I'm going to maybe ask some more questions in a minute or two, but I just wanted to ask a couple of those right up front. Thank you.
Okay, I see Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah. So Councilmember Cutrano, thank you for raising the, the presentation that we got related to our PCI score back in January. And I think those links to those staff reports were in the staff report. And Christine, if you wouldn't mind pulling up that presentation, because I do think this is really an education opportunity. And we have to keep reinforcing this with the community that we are swimming upstream and we are not going to improve unless we source other funds. And if we don't do it soon, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. We could double, we could triple, we could quadruple what we're spending right now, and still just the nature of just the dynamic. And I learned so much from that presentation in January. So and that line graph in particular, I think illustrates that pretty effectively. And I just want to, so while you're doing that, Christine, so what we're talking about is the potential for a measure for an unknown bond amount that would be on the November ballot, and it would be effective in 2026 or no, 2025. Is that right?
Right. So the The question before you today
Yeah.
is if you want us to draft a resolution that would come July 17th, that would, name the amount of the bond we'd be seeking and then put it on the ballot for November so
Yeah,
that people could vote on it.
yeah.
And then
But
it would
they would
take
be
effect,
effective
if it
20
passed, it would be effective January 1st, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And can you set a date later than that for 2026? When is K roll off? When does the expenses of,
It's in 2027 that it would be completely exhausted.
So just to clarify, what Councilmember Cutrano was talking about is if you stay where you are and you only spend 500,000 a year, you're going to go down to a PCI of 46. So that was his point.
within how long? How long?
Within 5 years.
Within 5 years?
So I
Okay.
think the point is that I believe he was making was he's not interested in waiting a couple of years. So to put it forward a couple of years is the same as waiting a couple of years to put it on the ballot because you're getting worse.
Yeah, no, I get that. Trust me. I'm just like trying to strike a balance of like when this K drops off, right? The existing drops off and that we introduce a new so that,
Okay. All right. I think she's got the
That's-
slide up
yeah,
that you were
what-
asking about.
What slide is it? Chance that has the line graph on it? You're gonna have to keep
I think
going.
I'm looking at a different slide deck.
Can you go up it? Well. Yeah, but I think it was a spend slide.
You're referring to the presentation on the
Mhm.
24th of January.
I thought that's
Yeah.
when it was, yeah.
Thank you for doing all the tech stuff, Christine.
Sorry.
Appreciate it.
Maybe Bruce has questions while she's doing that.
If I may, just, for those folks at home following along, you can go to the town's website and click on meetings, town council, and then choose the January 24th meeting and pull up the entire packet and this item.
Okay, if that's proving to be too much on the fly for you, we can move on to others.
It was slide 12 or page 12 of 21 in the, yeah, slide 12 on that.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
it.
one. That's the one.
Thank
Whoa,
you so much.
Where'd you go? That's okay. I can't even read that though. So it's the blue line that's, can you
Yeah.
highlight those?
Yes,
numbers
I
so
can, I
see?
can describe this. So that
There we
blue,
go.
oh, thank you, Christine. So that blue top line is an increase in PCI, again, pavement condition index by 5, which would require an average of $4 million per year. And then the next line down, which is straight line, is in purple, and that would be to maintain the PCI at its current level. And that would require $2.4 million per year. on
Okay, so
average.
we have to multiply our current spend by 5 just to maintain the crummy rate of 53.
That's right. And you see that dynamic in that yellow bar going straight down.
Right. Okay.
Okay, did Councilmember Ackerman.
Well, the only other thing I wanted to say, sorry, is the whole
Okay.
thing, the whole reason what, for me anyway, that really kicked this off was knowing the circumstances that Larkspur faced several years ago. Basically the exact same circumstance. And the only way to get ahead of it was a bond, which they passed. And now they're like, I don't know what their PCI is, but it's among the best. So they went from worst, like we are, and now they're either the best or the second best. They're up there. Exclusively credit
Yep.
to the bond.
So that's, thanks for that recap. We have had excellent presentations and all had a good chance to learn about the way pavement works and the economics of pavements. And thank you, Councilmember Catrano, for your analysis of some of those survey results. It does, I think what you could say is that what you pointed out on that slide shows a fair amount of elasticity in people's views. I wanted to ask Lauren what it would be, what it would look like. My understanding, and this was a statement made in the survey to survey respondents, that 36 million would be an amount that would allow us to touch every street, but specifically that 36 million would allow us to get to the point where things were no longer, none of the streets were degrading and they could be maintained at that level for within our normal budget. What about 18 million? What would that get us? I mean, like, for example, could it be said that with 18 million, once that was spent, pretty much every citizen of Fairfax, when they drove or bicycled or walked out of town, they would be on a street at some point that had been touched? I mean, is there some statement you could make about where that would get us?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. I don't have a great answer for you. 18 million is a significant impact upon the streets. I think I can confidently say it'll mean that there will be streets that won't get repaired. But to your comment, from one point within Fairfax to another point in Fairfax, the likelihood is high that you will go on to a good road. With the use of that money, you would have a potentially different approaches to what kind of work you would do. You can try to spread that money out as much as possible so that everyone has some form of impact, but that might not, that might mean not a 20-year fix, but maybe a 10-year fix. So you might see something like a cape seal instead of a complete road repair or replacement like we did on Scenic and Porteous. So there would be different approaches that we can work with PEI to come out to maximize that, or really try to attack, certain really poor roads. That is kind of the process that PEI and I used to generate that 5-year plan. We took a 5-year plan. We had no lack of areas that could receive improvement, but we took that 500,000 and we tried to say, what's the way to maximize that and build upon what we may have already put into place in year 2, 3, 4, also taking into consideration other activities by other agencies and other utilities. So we would take a look at that number. We would try to see what it is that we can do with that, and try to do the best. I want to make kind of a couple of comments, just because I know that the graph that we just looked at there, shows that at a certain amount of money that we're spending, we would still go down. If you remember from the presentation we gave, there was that curve, and what it does is it starts to accelerate as the age of the roads and the years go on. And so what you see is, the longer we wait, or where we are today is where that curve is at its steepest and maybe is now bottoming out, where the cost is no longer, really going up because the road is completely failed. So, with that, we want to get kind of back up onto the top of that curve and get to that location. So I don't know if that really answers your question. $18 million is certainly a significant amount. If I recall the history of Measure K, I think that there was a request or at least an initial thought to have maybe even double what was ultimately improved. But there may be people here in the audience and on the dais that know that better. But I do believe that what they did was a compromise to get the $7.5 million that was raised for that. And as you can see, it had some impacts in those areas where it was spent, but there's still lots of roads that probably haven't been touched in a long time. So I hope that answers.
So if I can maybe just check and see if I can restate that and if it's accurate. If, let's say, for example, that you had $18 million and you didn't, and then when that was finished, you had another $18 million, but you had no idea that you were going to have that second $18 million. So what you would do with the first $18 million would not be as optimal a thing as what you would do if you knew you were going to have the full 36 million, because you might only repair a road to a degree that you're in the middle of that curve rather than safely up onto the top of it.
Thank you for that. That's a good question. And I don't have an answer for you tonight. I think that what my goal is to try to do as best we can with the available resources that are given to us, and to try to be fair to everyone. What we've talked about here is, with the amount of budget that the Public Works Department can get for a road, we can put all of it onto one road and fix that one section of road, and then nowhere else in town receives any kind of benefit or improvement. And what we tried to do in the original plan, when I wanted to do Klaus, Porteous, and Scenic, was to try to do 3 roads in different areas of town that would benefit different areas. Unfortunately, we weren't able to afford to do Klaus as well, but that was kind of the intent, is to try to find different neighborhoods that would benefit, so that we weren't just simply putting it all, around on Park Road. So I think that knowing that there's a desire to continue to try to find additional resources in 5 years by re-upping a bond or going out for a different bond, that certainly is a factor in the decision making. If I know that what we've got is $18 million, my work with the town manager and with the council is to say, we have some options. We can put a whole bunch of money into a couple of different roads and really rebuild them, and they'll be 20-year roads. Or we can try to maximize that $18 million and spread that around. But we may be coming back again in 10 years or 15 years or in a shorter duration of time to say, we got to do that again. When we talk about the different applications for treatment, the slurry that we want to put in, as was pointed out by Joe Ryrie of PEI, was it's suntan lotion for the street. It's not a repair of the street. It doesn't, remove and replace the asphalt. It keeps it in its good condition for a longer period of time. So, depending on where the conditions of the roads, we'll take a look at them and say, we have to do this application. And that's going to be part of the discussion of when we come back. We present new plans, and I'm always open to suggestions on how we want to do that. And it's, again, I think that the answer is we can spread it out, but as they say, you put a little piece of butter onto a piece of toast, it'll get very thin. The more butter you can put on the toast, the thicker your butter. So that's kind of it. If I only know I have a little stick of butter, then we have to either have one bite that has a lot of butter, or we're going to have a very thin amount of butter on that toast.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you for that butter analogy. Before we go on, I just want to say, I know we can ask question after question, and I realize this is a hard decision, but I think we should be sort of getting to decision point. And I know
If I can point out.
Vice Mayor Blash had a question, but I think Heather had something before we bring that up.
If I may just answer a question which may not have been asked, but I think was out in the public is we've been having a really great discussion, which reprises in some ways some of the discussion that we had January 24th, but we also had a discussion on January 10th about the financing methods. And so one of the questions that I've seen in emails from members of the public was, why not a sales tax? And the answer was given January 10th, which is that in Fairfax, our retail sector is small, just the way the town wants it. And so the opportunity to raise enough funds to make a difference in the roads is really not there from the property or from the sales tax. And so that's why it has to be a property tax.
Okay, so let me go to Vice Mayor Blash, but I think I just want to ask my fellow council members, I think we need to make a decision very soon. We've got folks sitting here for other items, and I realize this is a very important decision. So Vice Mayor Blash, and then I will go back to Councilmember Ackerman.
Okay. Yeah, and it's an important decision, which is why we're talking about it a lot, because it's a huge part of the town's future. And one of the things that people have tasked us with as one of the most important things that we should be dealing with. So I'm just curious about the $18 million bond. My understanding is that the bond that was passed back in 1999 was great, but it wasn't really enough to address everything that it needed to address, but it was lower than was needed because, there's some concern that the voters wouldn't go for it, right? So if we go for $18 million and that's more popular and, people vote for it, it's still not enough. So then how hard is it then to say, okay, well, we spent it and now we still need a lot more money, and go and ask people for another bond? Or, is there something else that's likely to happen that would get us up to the point where we could actually fix all the roads and get them at maintenance level? I just don't understand whether people do the one bond and then go back for another so that it's kind of stacked on top of that bond after people see that it's doing a good thing, or if it just becomes impossible to go for anything else after that. I don't know if Lucia or anybody who has a background in this could tell us.
Well, I think it's an excellent question, and I do think it's a bit of a judgment call. That was one of the reasons that we did a survey, was to really find out, more of the pulse of the community, not just the people who show up here. And so I think your question is, if you go for something that is a little bit easier, more palatable the first time, does it prove that we can do this and people have an appetite for the second half, if you will, or does it, make people sort of burnt out on the idea and, not understanding, like we already approved that 25 years ago, that kind of thing. I think that's a judgment call. I don't know if Lucia can give us more information about sort of what she's seen with other jurisdictions.
Yeah, unfortunately, the survey doesn't really answer that question, and I think it is situational. I do think we do see, for example, with renewals or increases of existing taxes, that communities can kind of rally around those frequently. With bond measures, it's a little bit different, right? Because it's not exactly it's kind of an independent item. I do think, it is variable in the situation. It can serve to build trust, and it is something that you can point to as a track record of success. But it can also, you can also hit a wall of people saying there's been a lot of taxes and I'm not voting for something else. So it does kind of depend on the situation, unfortunately.
And sorry, just for you both, the matching funds opportunity, matching is out there, right? And it's not just matching on what the town contributes. this would be, bonds are eligible for matching, is that right?
Yes, indeed. That's one of the most attractive features of this for me is that we, with the county, have an application in for a bond, a federal grant, and that would require a 20% match. And if the town and the county were to get that, the town's portion of that would be $10 million as a project. And so that would require $2 million, likely over 5 years, just to match, to be able to access those larger funds to make significant repairs on Upper Bolinas, which is clearly needed.
And
So 18, so we could get, I mean, there's obviously, we can't commit to the matching because we don't know everything that's available and what's out there and eligible, but we could get a heck of a lot closer to 36 via matching. It's not just the 18 and an 18 alone. If it were 18, that's.
And we would absolutely be going after every single opportunity. As you've seen, we have been.
I think the good news from at least track record from the last year or so is that case of Bolinas Road, and the fact that up until a year ago, it was like we were on our own trying to figure out what do we do about this road with a really bad pavement condition index score. But because of the collaboration, the whole project is a massive amount of money, and we will be benefiting from partnering with a whole bunch of other folks that all use that road. So there's the 36 million, you touch every road in Fairfax. Well, that's great, but like our community aren't the only folks that use every road in Fairfax. And so that's where an 18 million approach is like, how do we use this money like a flywheel and like get that to become the multiplier for other Transportation Authority of Marin funds, Caltrans funds working with the County of Marin, et cetera. There's a lot out there, but you kind of have to be able to afford to pitch in to actually access any of those dollars.
Okay, so one more thing from Councilmember Ackerman, and then I will speak.
Okay, actually, two things. One is that was very helpful to remember that, yes, 18 million is actually more than 18 million, most likely, because we'll be able to access other funds with it. On the question of whether an 18 million we could then follow it with an ask for another 18 million, I would say I wouldn't think that would be that likely. First of all, there was no fiscal mismanagement whatsoever on Measure K, and it's almost done. That doesn't seem to be quelling the memes that are going out that we're in a deficit, which we're not. So I don't know whether our performance really gets the credit that it deserves, I guess, and we can't count on that happening in the future. If people want to criticize us in public, they will continue to do that. It seems to be a Fairfax thing.
So let's
But
wrap.
I do think that 18 million, that going for an 18, I'm sure what Councilmember Catrano said right at the beginning, I'm fairly bullish on the idea that we could go for an 18 million bond. 36 million seems like it might be out of reach. I wish we could do it. Another reason that 18 million is, I don't think we would get a second 18 million is because if you make all the roads look really nice, then the attention will come off of that issue. It's going to be harder to go to voters and say, these roads look great, but they're not going to last as long as you might like. So we should redo them. It's just much more efficient and also much more obvious what the problem is right now. And this would be when we should figure out how much money we can afford to put in it. I think that's 18 million. So that's where I'm thinking at this point.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Ackerman. So Councilmember Catrano and I have been talking about this. We can only talk to one of one person, and we started talking about this a while ago. And I have been really of the mind with what's going on, and council members up, a ballot initiative, who knows what else would be on the ballot for November with a number of taxes. I really didn't think it was the right time. And I was thinking more about going and waiting till 2026 and looking at this again. But I think Councilmember Catrano raised some really good points when we spoke last night and also tonight, and just really hit the nail on the head. I think we also have the benefit of having a public works director who is very responsive, not only to our community, but to us, and really dedicated to fixing what we need. And I've been on this council a long time, so I'm one of the people responsible for what we had in the past. I can tell you years ago, we had a PCI discussion, and then I pushed the council to put, I think, $1 million into the budget. Didn't get spent. Some of it got spent. I pushed another year. And then we stopped having presentations on the PCI, and every year I would push for some money going in, and it didn't really get spent. So here's where we are at. I have done the calculations, and I just want to repeat again that if you went for the 36 million for the average or the median assessed value for a single family home, which is $650,000 in Fairfax, that would be $390 a year. If you went for the 18 million, it'd be $30 per 100K of assessed value, and that would be 195 per year. I think that's a lot more palatable. I also know that even if somehow everything came to fruition and there were 36 million, we'd be pretty hard pressed to get everything done that we want to have done. We have a lot of bridges we have to finish. There's a lot of work that needs to happen in the next few years. So I would like to, even though I was not a supporter of this after I heard the first presentation, I think we do have a 5.7% margin of error at 95 confidence limit. And that means on either side. But I think the 18 million is much more palatable. And I would be happy to work with Councilmember Catrano on this measure. Should the council decide to go forward with it, and hope that everybody would pitch in and we could get folks in town, really, there's going to be folks that aren't for it. That's fine. Everybody has the right to their views. But I think I'm hopeful that we could get a group of residents interested in participating to really get the word out. And I want to also point out that the measure BAFA that pulled at something like 51%, that appears to maybe be going forward. This pulled for 64% for 18 million. So I would like us to, let's decide what we want to do. We could talk about this till midnight tonight because it's a hard decision. But I think we also have a couple of other items. And I want to thank Councilmember Catrano, who's incredibly persuasive, despite my reservations. So let's all weigh in on where we're at on this.
I'm glad that I initiated the idea to do a survey and put forth this whole discussion.
you.
You're welcome. I too, after seeing the results, was very much on the fence, leaning against, but my colleague Chance Catrano he is smart and influential. I guess I would be open just discussing, is it 18 million or 15 million? I'm just thinking about, so homeowners on average are paying 146 today, right? 146.25.
Actually, yeah, 146.25, and that's for Measure K. Yes.
Right. So I'm just thinking about the differential and, inflation. And Lauren, you've told us about the cost and the pavement consultants, who I always forget their name, but they've told us that the costs have really gone up and continue to go up. Is that right? As
That's
far
right.
as pavement,
Yes, certainly. Over the last few years, we definitely saw a jump, but that was across the board on everything. But one of the reasons why we weren't able to do all three streets this last year was
Right.
because the numbers did come in higher than we had hoped for.
right?
So we were only able to do two. So we
Gotcha.
took that information, and that's what helped us in the 5-year plan. We tried to use those multipliers that we learned from that to generate that 5-year plan.
Right.
That's why the streets that you saw us present before had costs that we feel are confident because they were based upon information we received from the bid process for us for Porteous and Scenic. But yes, things do get more expensive every year. One of the things that we do for any kind of 5-year projection is include a cost increase over a year, an inflationary cost increase of a certain percentage.
Mhm.
Sometimes that goes up a little higher than you want. Sometimes it's a little less than you want, but we try to build in those costs as well, year after year.
Yeah, I guess just looking at the rate of increase that we're talking about, 18 is a pretty big jump from what people are paying today. So I would feel more comfortable falling somewhere between 15 and 18, but I welcome others' input.
Well, I think we heard from Councilmember Ackerman. He's in the 18 range, and myself as well. Vice Mayor Blash or Councilmember Catrano, where are you?
Yeah, I think I'm in that 18 range. That gets us around that 3.5 million per year for a 5-year projection, which isn't the 4, but it's good, and it allows for those matching funds. So that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Blash?
Okay, I think I'm going to be in the 18 range. I don't think we can afford to do less if we give this a try. I did want to note that as council members, we can do this, but not from the dais or as part of our official council duties. So definitely members of the public who are invested in improving our roads would need to step up to help out. I did note from looking at the example of Arinda and Larkspur, they actually, to some extent, when people got excited about this idea and really rallied around it, were able to go back for additional funding at some point. I think it might be a hard sell, but if it did indeed go through and then become successful, there might be enthusiasm once people started to see the improvements. So I'm a little disappointed about the fall off from 36 million to 18 million, because I think we really need the 36 million. But if this is what's more palatable, I'm willing to help out with that, and I'm willing to go that way. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have one council member between 15 and 18. Everybody else is at the 18. So I think, do you need an official vote on this? I don't see that.
I think I have direction, and what will happen next is we'll bring back a resolution to put this on the ballot. That resolution will come to you in July 17th is the plan.
Excellent.
Bring it back. Could you include as attachments so we can just reinforce this cost spending need that the current rate, we're not going to get there. I just think providing it as an attachment would be helpful.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. So I know that folks are getting tired of sitting, but I think we need a 5-minute break. And we are going to take up item 14, which I think will go relatively quickly.
13.
I'm sorry, 13.
And no 14, that's
Oh, I'm
going to
sorry.
be
Yes,
continued.
thank you. I can't see anymore. Thank you. Okay, I need council members back on the dais. I need folks taking their seats. Council members up on the dais, please. We need to get started. So, before we get started, I would ask everyone to take your seats and please stop your discussions. Thank you. It's almost time for 10 o'clock, so let's do a motion on the 10 o'clock rule. Councilmember Catrano?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion to waive the 10 o'clock rule.
Second. Okay, so that was Councilmember Catrano, second, Vice Mayor Blash. Could you do a roll call? Please, could you sit down and stop talking? Could you do a roll call vote, please?
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Press on.
Councilmember Hellman, Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, we're on item 13, and this is on, I guess I need glasses. Adopt a resolution submitting to the qualified voters of the town of Fairfax on November 5th, 2024 general municipal election ballot an initiative measure amending the town code regarding just cause eviction and rent stabilization standards in the town of Fairfax. And is this Attorney Janet Colson doing the staff report?
It is. So this is the continued item from last time. And this is to put the rent stabilization, just cause eviction initiative on the ballot. And we had this discussion last time. I think we came down to 2 issues. And the first one has to do with the printing of the entire initiative measure, including all the strikeouts in the voter information guide. And so on section 7 of the resolution, you see the full text of the measure shall or shall not be printed in the voter information guide. So we have some information for you about the cost of that. And let's see. Ms. Roberts from the Marin County has given us an approximate cost, reminding us that she can only give estimates. But based on a similar election, the 2020 election, her best estimate to print the entire initiative in the voter guide is $7,700. And that is in addition to the standard prorated election cost that the town normally pays to have an election. In 2022, that rate for the standard prorated election cost, the town of Fairfax paid $1.32 roughly per registered voter for a total of $7,656.69. So, about 7,700 or so. And then 7,700, it doubles the cost to print the entire initiative in the voter information guide. So that's the information you may need to help you decide on that toggle switch of shall not be printed. And then the other issue was about arguments for and against. So if you see section 5 of the resolution on page 3, you'll see that the town can authorize 1 or 2, maximum of 2 members to author one of the arguments. Now, usually, and according to the elections code, there is a prioritization listed. So usually the proponents of a citizens initiative measure will write the argument for. The council may have authorize members to write argument against. You don't have to. This is up to the council. The council does have the highest priority on arguments for and against. And I think we went over the prioritization in the elections code last time. So the council's first, the proponents of the measure second, a bona fide association of citizens is third, and individual voters who are eligible to vote on the measure is fourth. And so when these arguments come in, the clerk will choose, according to this list of priorities, the argument for and against, and who's going to write them. And then once those are turned in, the clerk switches them, gives the argument for to the people who wrote the argument against, gives the argument against to the people who wrote the argument for, and they can go and do a rebuttal. And there have been some questions about the rebuttals. Sometimes you will see there's no rebuttal in the voter information guide. Sometimes you'll see different names on it, but that's up to the people who draft the rebuttals. And yes, there can be different names. They can have different people help them. They can have different people sign, but that's up to the people who received the opposite argument to write the rebuttals. So,
You mean the group, the party or individual that writes the rebuttal is not necessarily the same.
well, it's up to them. They can authorize somebody else to write it for them. It's not a council decision.
Okay.
But they get the first chance at it. They get to do it. So now there's been some question about the council authorizing one or more members to write an argument for or against. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and assume against. That argument is signed not just by those two authorized members, but it's on behalf of the town council. So it's on behalf of all five. Not all five names are there, but it's Councilmember X and Councilmember Y on behalf of the Fairfax Town Council. And so there's nothing to preclude council members from joining in with, say, a bona fide organization and writing an argument against and putting their name on it. There's nothing to stop that, but it's not on behalf of the entire council unless authorized by the council. A majority, it is a majority vote, but it is on behalf of the entire council. It's not just on behalf of the three who voted for it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, and the resolution, I forgot to change the date on it. It's not May 29th, it's June 5th.
Just another thing
What I
is
forgot.
on page 1, Councilmember Hellman had pointed out the third whereas from the bottom says city council, it should be town
It'll be
council.
town council, yes.
Okay, any questions of staff?
Just a quick one. So basically you would have the text of the ballot initiative, right? And then you would have an argument for it by the proponents, and then you'd have an argument against it, possibly by someone else, right?
Yes.
And then the rebuttal would be.
The rebuttals go to both of them.
Right,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and is it conceivable that more than one group would write an argument for or against, or does that not happen?
I suppose it is conceivable. It doesn't usually happen, but the clerk takes them all in and then chooses based on the prioritization in the elections code.
Okay, and then is it conceivable that more than one group could write a rebuttal?
The only ones who get to write a rebuttal, so when those arguments for and against come in,
Yeah.
then the clerk sends them to the other side, gives this group A that wrote the for argument, gives them the argument against, gives the group that wrote the argument against the argument for. So switches them like that, gives each other the argument, and then they write rebuttals. And if they want help doing that, or they want to authorize another, part of their group or others to write it for them, they have that decision to make. It's their rebuttal to write. Sometimes you'll see rebuttals, sometimes you won't. Sometimes you'll see different names on them. But that's not coming back before the council, and it's not a decision that you're making here tonight as far as the rebuttals are concerned.
Okay, any other questions of staff? So with that, we will move on to public comment. Folks get 2 minutes, and this is on it's really the ballot initiative. It's not on the issue of whether or not somebody is for rent stabilization or just cause. It's really putting it on the ballot, and which it will do, but whether or not we want to print the whole thing and some of the other issues that were covered.
And also, regardless of whether you print the whole thing, you are required to provide a copy of the entire initiative free of charge to anybody who asks. That can be put on your website, that can be put out on the front counter. It's free.
Right, and I believe one of the changes you made was that we would also put it on the website in whole. And I think there's a place in the document that I'm not sure that it's on there. I think I'll bring it up later, but
It doesn't have to be included in here, but it is required that you provide a copy free of charge for it.
right. But what we talked about last time is having it on the website so
Yes.
people don't have to ask for it.
Yes, no, we can do that.
So I think there's a way we could make a change in the actual document. So, but we can talk about that later.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to public comment. And Madam Clerk, if you could set the timer.
Hi, Todd Greenberg speaking on agenda item 13, adopt a resolution submitting, and you've got a bunch of different ways you're thinking about doing this. I want to speak about common sense that seems to just not be present here. First, I want to thank the mayor for having heard us last time and agreeing to put it on the website. But speaking about common sense, where's it going to be on the website? Are people going to be able to find it easily? Is that under renters or is it under elections? You might make it very, very visible for people and include the title of the initiative so people know what it is and there's not confusion. The title of the initiative, for those who don't know, is the Keep Fairfax Fair Act. And that should be in the voter pamphlet. It's called the Keep Fairfax Fair Act, people, town council members. That should be made clear to people because a lot of people have had to spend a lot of time because you prohibited people from voting because you wanted to push for something that the people did not want. It's called the Keep Fairfax Fair Act, people. Put it in the ballot. On your ballot question, again, it should identify the Keep Fairfax Fair Act. And then I've got an issue here with the punctuation. You've got the rent stabilization ordinance capitalized, and then you have replace and just cause ordinance capitalized, but then you have replace with lower caps, just cause eviction and rent stabilization. Why don't you give equal time to both of them and have similar punctuation so you're not just making people's eyes pass over it? On page 5 or page, where is it here?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Come on, Barbara, you can get 30 seconds extra.
We've had
I-
enough.
okay.
Okay, next speaker.
Okay,
Go
thank you.
ahead.
Okay, I really do think that it's in bad form when the council even thinks about changing our title, when the council even thinks about not printing the entire initiative language as we were required to show to the people to sign the initiative. That is what they saw. That is what should be printed in a ballot pamphlet. But additionally, what it really shows, it shows how regressive you guys were when you put all the original language in there, even going after somebody's single room in their home. And so by putting all that in there, it allows people to see that should they not succeed on this initiative, you guys can put that back in on the next week. So again, bad form. But the other thing I want to bring up that we discussed last time at the last meeting on this subject was that you wanted to add language that was not part of our initiative. And again, yes, there was language from prior town code and we're striking out the language that we don't want, but adding extra language is not part of our initiative. I believe we spent $15,000 on a crosswalk, so $7,000 is paltry. Please Be fair to everyone in this community. Keep the entire language that everybody had to sign on that initiative to be printed in the ballot box. Please allow us to have our proper title, Keep Fairfax Fair. And please do not add any extra language to try to confuse the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Deb London. I agree wholeheartedly that that language, Keep Fairfax Fair Act, that is the whole premise. That is the name of our movement. That is the name of the initiative. That needs to appear on there. Do not add your own language. If that happens, then we're going to have to take legal action. And I agree with Todd. The punctuation has to remain consistent between rent stabilization and the just cause eviction. It's definitely too tricky to just have one capitalized, one the other. It's exactly what it feels like you're attempting to have just people's eyes gloss over the just cause eviction. And what was the other thing? You have to, we really need for you to print the entire thing, 7,700, or even if it's twice that, is nothing. You're flinging around 18 million, 36 million. This is a really trigger issue. You got to get that whole thing printed in there because Michael Mack is absolutely right. It includes all the insanity and extreme measures that are contained in those two ordinances. So please print that. And we had to do that when we passed around that initiative. We had to have everyone look at it. It was made available. It was the law, whatever it is, that language had to be in our initiative. So it follows that that language needs to appear in the guide, the voters info guide. So yes, get that in there, voters info guide in its entirety. We had to do it. It needs to be in there. Keep Fairfax Fair Act needs to be on there. Yes. Punctuation on rent stabilization, just cause, and you cannot add your own language. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the room? Seeing none, are there folks on Zoom?
There is one speaker on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Michael, you are unmuted.
Great, thank you. This is Michael Sexton. First of all, I want to celebrate the fact that we actually get the residents of Fairfax get actually a chance to vote on this. So I'm really happy about that. There's a couple different things. One, in the discussion of the actual ballot question, section 3, as one of the proponents of this initiative, we would ask to use the word revert instead of replace. Reverting to the California AB 1482 as opposed to replacing with the California AB 1482. We would like to make that request on the actual ballot question itself. Secondarily, the proponents, just to let you know, the proponents will be making arguments to vote yes for this, and we will also be doing a rebuttal just to clear that up. And that are some of there was a letter that was emailed to the council earlier in regards to some of the requests from the proponents. And I just wanted to make sure that you guys acknowledge that and acknowledge what was written in that email. And that's all I have for this one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the council for deliberations. Councilmember Catrona.
Yeah. Gosh, Michael, I wish you were here right now, or Philip. I guess I can throw it to Deb or Michael Mack. But I'm confused because there was an email or a letter that we received specifically saying that the people who did the initiative don't want us to print the full. But I'm hearing that some folks that are organizing it do want to. So that sounds like a y'all issue. I don't know what to do about that. I want to be supportive as possible of, the asks that you're making. And I agree that I don't want to see the new language added. about the prior town code, mandatory mediation, all the additional stuff that was added at the last meeting. That was not what you all had expressly asked for. I again am, based on the cost, I am supportive of the full thing being in the packet. It's actually not that it's actually far less than I thought it was going to be. I was worried it was going to be over 10K and possibly higher, but this seems reasonable. And as people talk to folks, it'll be easy for them to pull out their voter guide and look at the language that everybody's talking about versus, go to this website, then here, and then this back alley, and then there. So anyway, I'm supportive of that. What was the other thing?
Revert.
Oh, the revert thing. Yeah, I think that's a question for legal counsel who drafts this ballot question. My understanding is we weren't under AB 1482 because we had our own laws that we put into place before that was enacted. So we wouldn't be reverting. We would just be replacing because we weren't actually under those rules prior to when we enacted our new stuff. But can you clarify that?
Yeah, right. And so the ballot question is something that the town attorney's office writes, and this has been vetted through the elections.
Janet, you need to speak into the mic. You're
Can you hear
really
me
too
better?
far
Okay.
away.
So the ballot question is written by the town attorney's office. So is the impartial analysis. And I work with an election specialist who has vetted this language and approves it. There is some, there are some rules and guidelines we have to. The shall a measure be adopted to language is mandatory. It has a 75-word limit, for example. I would not change the replace. And it ended originally in prior town code. And it was thought that there should be some explanation of what that prior town code contains. And was the mandatory mediation for rent increases above 5% in a 1-year period, helped to explain the prior 5.55. So,
and we talked all about that last meeting. So
Yeah.
if we could not open that can of worms and we should all, I believe, have a point of view on that after the lengthy discussion. But can you speak to the capitalization?
So if you look at it, it's to repeal the town's current and then just cause eviction ordinance, which is all caps, and rent stabilization ordinance, which is all caps, that's the current code, and replace them with just cause eviction and rent stabilization standards in the California Tenant Protection Act of 2019, all caps, and prior town code capped. So
it's the latter language that's not capitalized is not capitalized because it's not an ordinance title.
Right. It's not an ordinance title.
Okay. And this was blessed by your election specialist at the law firm. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, I don't have any questions. So I would just say, where is the council at as far as printing the whole document, the whole initiative?
Mayor, would it be possible, since we just had, I believe, Michael Sexton on Zoom?
No, we're not going to go back.
Yeah, I mean, because I concur. We got an email signed by both Michael Sexton and Philip Salberry saying, don't mail the entire thing. So
Well, I mean, I guess
it's
if
not
we're
that
agreed on
important to me,
cost,
but I'm pretty confused about what the people want.
I guess what's the downside of providing all the information to the voters if we think it's a reasonable cost?
Well,
That's the main downside.
Well,
Just get a pamphlet. They've got lots of things.
Why don't
to
we
think
let
about.
the
It's
town attorney respond?
I just want to caution everybody that it's an estimate. It's not a guaranteed $7,700. It's an estimate. And they exhibited surprise that we wanted to print all of that in the voter guide. And they said, well, okay, we can give you an estimate. We think it would be about 7,700. That's not a guarantee. So it is what it is when it comes out, and we will have to pay the full cost of it.
And maybe what I can do is I have Philip Salvery's email here. I can read out what he said. Dear Mayor Kohler, fairfaxresidents.org, marinresidents.org, and the Keep Fairfax Fair Act proponents urge you not to print the strikeout portion of the KFFA text of the initiative in the voter guide. We do not believe the expense associated with printing the entire text is justified, and additionally, it may be confusing to the voters. The full text of the initiative could be published on the town website. I'll go on and read the rest of it, but I do want to say it was signed by Philip Salvery and Michael Sexton. He goes on to say, and this is the Keep Fairfax Fair Act initiative makes no mention of replacing anything. If the initiative is successful, it will instead repeal the ordinances and revert back to where we were before the ordinances were enacted. Please make sure that any summary does not use the word replacing, as revert is the correct descriptive word. And the town attorney already opined on that revert is not correct. So, but I think we hear what I just read, which is two folks behind the initiative said, do not print it, and instead publish it on the town website. And so I think we don't need to ask Mr. Sexton more questions. This email is straightforward. And I think there are folks in the room who are also part of that initiative who have different opinions. So I think it's our job to make a decision. And I will say that I was one of the folks last time who was pushing for printing the whole thing just because, you know, we don't need more reason for people to be angry about this issue, but that's probably not the best decision. I think based on this email, and I know Michael Sexton has been in some ways leading the effort, although there's been many other folks participating, I would say, let's not spend the extra money. Let's post it on the town website. Obviously, it would be on the elections page. It would not be buried somewhere else. It would be on the elections page. So I see Heather Abrams moving forwards towards the mic.
Thank you, Mayor. We'd be happy to put it both on the elections page and on the renter and landlord page. I think that would make it very simple for people to find. And we would also print copies that would be left at the front so people could pick those up easily. And I just want to remind people that it has been in the packet as you've considered it. So it's also already available on our website through the packet.
Well, I think you're saying in two places. I mean, having it on the packet is, you really have to know that it was on there. So I think the two places is a good suggestion. So, you know, let's wrap this up. We're not going to
I'd be happy to make a motion
Okay.
that we decide. Is there more than one that we need to decide with as far as the printing of the packet? I concur that we should not print it. Do we need maybe I don't know how to make the motion. Maybe we don't need a
We might
motion,
need
it's just
some direction, but
direction to staff.
there is a couple of clarifications. So we talked, so if we're not going to print it, I think the way you would make the motion is that section 7 would say the full text of the measure shall not be printed in the voter information guide, etc. And then I just want to, before we make that motion, I just want to bring up one point. Under item C on page 4, I think where you say, if you desire a copy of the ordinance or measure, please call the elections official's office at etc. and a copy will be mailed to you at no cost. I think you could say, and you may find it on the town's website that would probably just be totally clear to folks that they don't have to go to the trouble of making a phone call if they don't want to. So I think that would be a good way. And since we would have it in two places, it should be pretty easy for folks to find.
Okay, so we'll add that in because that language is required under code, under the
Right.
elections code.
And so, and then you're going to change the date, and also the third whereas from the bottom on page 1 should say town council, not city council. So,
We haven't discussed the language in the actual section 3, the added language
okay, so.
that you added.
Yeah, I
but-
mean, I'm not married to this language. If
Okay.
folks do not want it, we could do a period after and prior town code and take the additional language out. Let me just ask where folks are at on this dais.
I'm on board with omitting that.
Okay,
Anyone else?
I'm on board with omitting that, and I still feel strongly that people should have the printed version so they can look at their voter guide and know exactly what they're voting on.
okay. We don't need comments from the audience, but thank you. Okay,
Jim, do you
so
want to make a motion?
why don't we let Bruce
Okay.
make the motion because he started
Can
it?
I ask a question though? I mean, I'm just curious where people would find the information about what is being replaced and or reverted to. Is that something that the people who are writing the arguments would state?
The arguments will cover that. The full text of the initiative is also going to be available.
Okay.
So you see what, it shows the code now and
Right.
it shows strikeout. And then there is some additional new language.
So it would say it says somewhere in there that the 5% and all, because that was the program we had, and it's definitely what the county has, which is the program we bought into and would have to buy into again if we revert. So
Look
was-
at the initiative, look at 5.55, and that is going to be found on page. This is why it's so very long. Hang on, just give me a second. It looks like page 19.
Okay.
Okay, repeal of chapter 5.55 of the town code.
Mhm.
All right. And then it shows what's there right now, and all of that strikeout is all being struck, right? All that language. And then you keep going down and you find addition of chapter 5.55, and this is on page 27. And you see language that is not struck. And that language is verbatim from the prior 5.55, not the current 5.55, but the one that was in effect
Okay.
originally.
Okay. So it's hard for people to find that information, but it's definitely in there.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay, let's let Councilmember Ackerman try for a motion and then we'll do a vote.
Well, I'm fine with the change in this language and this, in the actual ballot
Thank you.
title. Does that need to be part of the motion, or can we just, okay. So that would be one thing. I move that we as described in that language in the box on page 2 of the staff report, that it end with a period at the end of prior town code.
Could you
And-
turn your phone off? Could you turn your phone off, please? Go ahead.
That it end with a period at the end of prior town code and the rest of it be removed, correct?
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
That's one thing. And I also move that we direct staff to not include as per.
Okay, so it's
request
part of, just to sort of clarify, it would be simple to say, okay, the motion would be the ballot question would end there would be a period after and prior town code. Then moving to section C on page 4, at the end of the statement in bold, it would say, you may find it on the town's website, period. On section 7, if you don't want it printed, you would say it should be the full text of the measure shall not be printed. And that's
Okay.
the motion.
So moved.
Hold on a second. I have a question about this motion. What about the arguments? Who's doing the arguments? Do we need to?
Why don't we take that up separately? Let's finish this motion first, and then we'll take that up as a separate one.
So that's not.
Does that work, Janet?
You can do that, but ultimately what you need to do is adopt the resolution. And so if you're doing pieces of it right now, at the end, you're going to need a motion to adopt the resolution. And then you'll state.
Okay,
what
so
the things that you
basically,
voted
here's
on.
this. His motion would be to adopt the resolution with these changes, right? And then I'm saying, let's talk about writing arguments later. Let's do this first, please. Let's get this done.
You mean next?
Right.
Okay.
So okay.
This evening, though.
Right,
Okay,
right
okay,
after
okay.
this. Okay, so Councilmember Ackerman, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, would somebody like to
Thank
second?
you for your statement of it.
I will go ahead and second if nobody's going to do it. We need to move on, so let's take a vote.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
No.
Councilmember Catrano,
No.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, now we're going to take up the issue. So we know that the proponents will be writing the arguments for. And I think your question is, I'm assuming there's a group of folks who might be writing arguments against, but did you want to be, is that something you're interested in doing?
That's something that I suggested I would be interested in doing at the last town council meeting.
Okay, and one option is to join with folks that were in a group separately from being part of a
That's what I
council
think you
group
should do.
doing it. So there is that option.
Yeah, I just thought that, I mean, I don't know all of the different folks that are going to be wanting to do that kind of thing, and I'm sure could find folks to do it with. But what I think is most strong is for the council that had been working and crafting this and then workshopping it a second time and all of the different work that's gone in for 2 years, that if a majority of the council stood behind it, at least in the initial opposition, that would send the strongest signal to the voters that we felt like we've done a lot of work on this.
Okay.
And that there are strong positions that we could make as to why we thought it was important and why we looked at certain data about the condition of rent burden in our community and why we wanted to act on it.
Okay, so if there's interest in another council member being part of that or waiting until waiting to see if a group emerges that would write that argument against, speak now.
I would, if Councilmember Catrano, certainly sounds like you're interested in that, I would be happy to work with you on that.
That would be great.
Okay, so do we need a motion? So this would be authorized on behalf of the council, which would mean that they'd be speaking for the entire council. Okay, so would someone make that motion?
I'll make the motion that council members Cutrano and Ackerman will work to develop the argument against the initiative and come back to council for approval of that language or action on that language? No,
No,
strike
it's,
that.
we
No
don't work
action.
on it anymore.
Okay, so whatever they develop, we live with, and we don't get to opine on it at all.
No.
Okay, good job.
Okay, so you made the motion, and does someone want a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, can we have a vote on that?
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
My one concern is that if there are council members who are not going to vote yes on this, that they are going to be put on this despite the fact that they don't want to be on it. Throw that out there.
I think you're just, are you comfortable that they can speak on behalf on the entire council? If the answer is you don't want that, then you vote no. If you feel comfortable with that, then you vote yes.
I'm just going to vote yes. Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Okay.
That was a motion to adopt this resolution with those provisions, correct?
No, we did them as two separate motions.
Okay, so now you're going to go do
We already did it. The second motion was that Councilmember Ackerman and Councilmember Catrano would work on the ballot arguments against, and it was that would be authorized on behalf of the town council. There were
Okay.
4 yeses and 1 no, and I was the no.
And so the first motion was adopt the resolution.
Right, and we
Yes.
did that with the changes noted.
Yes, thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little testy. Okay, so
Want to get it right.
we have finished that item, and we are moving on to item 15, which I believe I've completely lost in my packet. Let's just take a sec so I can find that. Oh, I found it. Okay. Before we get started, I just want to say that I know this is an issue which there's a lot of emotions behind on all sides. And I don't think there's necessarily two sides. I think there's a lot of different opinions on this. And I hope, regardless of the way you may feel, that please be respectful when we do take public comment of everyone who's commenting, whether you agree with them or not. So before we start that, I would say we have 2 council members who wrote a council member report. Did you want to give a staff report? How did you want to do this?
You want to start?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Okay, go for it.
So, Councilmember Catrano and I formed. I may. Councilmember Catrano and I formed a subcommittee related to this per council direction. And so I'll review the memo, the staff report that we wrote accompanying the proclamation. So essentially back in 2008, Ordinance 733 was passed by the council. And Section B of that code, which is you can find on the website, reads the town council recognizing that the health and welfare of the town is inextricably intertwined with that of regional, state, national, and international communities and economies. Hereby adopts an agenda policy which encourages discussion of a broad range of proposed resolutions on public issues, including those of regional, state, national, and international concern. So in our April meeting, we talked about forming a committee or subcommittee rather to develop something and that we have, which is before us tonight in item 18. And it is a proclamation commitment to and support for Palestinian peace. And I know my colleague, Councilmember Catrano, and I have both together and separately had many meetings and phone calls and have done our own research. Together, we reviewed about 10 resolutions across the state. So all these conversations and community engagement informed the development of this proclamation. And I'll defer to you, Chance, if you want to add anything before we read the proclamation.
Sure. Yeah, I think the only other piece of information is, and it was the frustrating part about the title in the IJ story about this very topic, which is in today's Independent Journal, is that after reviewing a number of actions taken by municipalities across the state of California, and after extensive deliberations and consideration of specific language and specific intentions that any action would, suggest, we decided not to move forward with a ceasefire resolution, which is something that the community had asked us about, and it's something that other communities have done. And we decided the most appropriate thing to do would be to do something that Fairfax has had a history of doing, and that is a proclamation for peace in the face of violent conflict. So that is why a proclamation for peace specifically and a wish for peace specifically was brought forward. And I think there was great care taken in many of those whereases, as well as the resolutions at the end of the proclamation. In thanks in large part to so many diverse voices that we got to hear from that are hurting and that are fearful and that are greatly concerned about just even creating a space to call for peace. That the fact that could be harmful, that could be scary. That's why we chose the particular path we chose, which I think our subcommittee feels is in alignment with the sort of funky, groovy, fun, loving, peaceful place that Fairfax has always believed itself to be and has always championed. So that's where I'll leave that.
Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I'll just add, I'm going to keep it really simple, that it was genuinely coming from a place of love for humanity and recognizing the suffering in all forms that's happening in our community all over the country and all over the world over this conflict. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any questions for you. I guess Vice Mayor Blash has one question.
I mean, I'll have a question. I did want to hear it read, and it sounds like you're going to read it. Okay, good, because I think often before we make decisions, sometimes we read them, but the public may not have read them. People told me I got emails that, suggested that people had not read it. I did want to just ask, okay. I guess we'll have you read it, and then maybe if we have questions, we can ask you, right?
Okay, I just want to
okay.
say that one of the things I would like to do is we've had people sitting here and people on the phone. So I think I really very much after we read it want to go to public comment. I think we should not spend a lot of time asking a lot of questions, and I don't want to deter you. It's all comes from a good place, but I know people have patiently sat here and probably frustrated with us. So with that, if you want to go ahead and read it, Councilmember Hellman.
Town of Fairfax proclamation commitment to and support for Israeli-Palestinian peace. Whereas the town of Fairfax, with a population of 7,500 residents who value and prioritize diverse community perspectives and advocate for the health, safety, dignity, freedom, and equality of all people, regardless of religion, race, or nationality. And whereas Town Code 2.08.090 specifies that the town may make proclamations regarding any issues of public concern, including those of regional, state, national, or international concern presented to the town council. And whereas the town has a history of making such proclamations, for example, on May 3rd, 2023, for peace in Ukraine. And whereas to solve world problems and live in peace, all people must share global responsibility for international cooperation and extend their citizenship responsibilities beyond state and nation. And whereas the State of Israel, established in 1948, is recognized as a legitimate and sovereign nation with the right to exist in peace and security with internationally recognized borders, and its historical and cultural significance is acknowledged and affirmed. And whereas 146 countries have formally recognized the State of Palestine as a sovereign nation, reflecting growing international support for Palestinian self-determination and the aspirations of the Palestinian people for an independent and viable state living in peace and security alongside Israel. Whereas Hamas is an Islamist militant movement that has controlled the Gaza Strip for nearly 2 decades, explicitly calls for the destruction of the State of Israel, thereby undermining peace efforts and contributing to ongoing instability and conflict in the region. Whereas the town of Fairfax recognizes the magnitude of history, complexities, and nuance in Israeli-Palestinian relations. And whereas the town of Fairfax recognizes the fear, anxiety, and grief of Israelis and Fairfax residents whose friends and loved ones perished, were taken hostage, or survived the October 7th, 2023 attack with physical and psychological injuries, and the continuing pain for the suffering of those who are being held hostage. And whereas the town of Fairfax recognizes the fear and anxiety and grief of Palestinians, Gazans, and Fairfax residents whose friends and loved ones have perished since October 7th, 2023, or have survived with physical and psychological injuries. And whereas the ongoing conflict has killed tens of thousands, displaced millions of civilians and children, and placed millions of lives in imminent risk danger due to continued hostilities, lack of food and water, and inadequate medical care. And whereas over the last several months, Fairfax community members have reached out to council members through written communications, phone calls, meetings, and a presence at town council meetings, expressing concerns about the mass and rapid loss of human life, and that this has impacted their own lives through connections and painful stories of loved ones, friends, and family members who have personally been impacted, as well as discrimination and hate incidents experienced at home in Fairfax. And whereas many community members have called upon city leaders to adopt a resolution that calls for peace and for all parties to protect the safety and security of innocent civilians, the release of all hostages, the unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, including the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies, and the respect for international humanitarian law. And whereas some community members have also expressed fear that any action taken by the town council may exacerbate existing divisions within our community and potentially lead to an increase in incidents of racism, hate speech, or behavior. Whereas the town of Fairfax condemns the recent rise in anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli, Islamophobic, anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, racist, and xenophobic hatred in our community and across the nation, including efforts to target, harass, and intimidate students, journalists, community leaders, elected officials, and others who have spoken for what they believe in. And whereas the town of Fairfax recognizes that members of our community are feeling grief, trauma, anxiety, pain, and fear about the impacts both in Palestine and Israel and within local communities around the world. And whereas despite differences within our community, all expressed a shared desire to prevent further violence and deaths of civilians and children, some of whom are connected to community members right here in Fairfax. And whereas in alignment with other national and international leaders and organizations, we must all do what we can to encourage all parties to find a pathway to creating a lasting, sustainable peace. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Fairfax, one, acknowledges the mass suffering of the peoples of Palestine and Israel and the direct impacts to the people of Fairfax. Two, stands united against violence and affirms our shared humanity and wish for peace. Three, supports all efforts to establish a collaborative, monitored agreement to end violence and support peaceful dialogue among all parties. Four, calls for an immediate, permanent, sustainable end to violent conflict by all parties such that a failure can be created where Palestinians and Israelis can live together with dignity in peace, equality, and justice. Five, urges the release of all hostages and immediate entry of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, including the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies, and the respect for international humanitarian law. Six, encourages our community to continue to develop and participate in activities that bring us together, foster tolerance, empathy, education, and understanding of each other and people of all backgrounds and religious faiths. Proclaimed this 5th day of June, 2024 by the Town Council of Fairfax, California.
Hey, Vice Mayor Blash, you had a question? You can go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure I need to ask that question now. I'll ask it after we hear public comment. Thank you. And I do want to say one thing though. I would like it if people could tell us whether they live in Fairfax or not, although I know this impacts broader than Fairfax. And I'm sure that Mayor Kohler will read again some protocols about respect and civility, but I want to continue to ask the public not to conflate people with governments, the governments that rule them, and not to conflate religious and cultural identity with states. So thank you. That's just my ask. You don't have to do it, but thank you.
Yeah, just before we open public comment, I want to remind folks that I'd like to say that I would appreciate if speakers would refrain from using profanity and or disparaging people based on race, religion, orientation, or country of origin. And thank you. Well, I'm aware that our ability to silence these type of comments is constrained by the Brown Act and the First Amendment. I'm asking everyone to please be civil and refrain from such disparagement in your comments. What I can do, however, is disconnect anyone whose comments disrupt the orderly conduct of our meeting. Or, well, I'm not going to go there. Should I determine an individual's comments are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will be disconnecting that individual after I make a warning. And then should we have any disturbances in the room that are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I won't hesitate to take a break and possibly clear the room. And I want everyone on Zoom to remember what I just said before I take public comments. But I also want to remind folks, as I said earlier, this is a very emotional issue for so many of us in the room and on Zoom. And you may not agree with the speaker before you or the 5 speakers before you or 3. Please be respectful and listen to everyone's comments. We all have a right to do so. I want to ask first, how many people in the room want to speak on this item? Could you raise your hands? So there's quite a few. How many on Zoom? Could you ask people to raise their hands? I'm sure there's more than one.
No, give me a minute. 29.
Okay, so I know that all of you have waited a long time. I also want to point out that we've got something like 400 emails in 2 days, and that doesn't count the other emails we've gotten before that. So I'm going to hold people to 1.5 minutes, if you could set the timer for that. And I want to also say that if you agree with the person before you or 3 people before you, you can just go ahead and say that. And before I open it to public comment, I think Councilmember Catrano wanted to issue some concerns.
I just had one final comment before we started public comment, which is just putting a hope out there that, really happy that everyone is here. Happy that folks are on Zoom. Just would hope that as folks step up to the podium or unmute yourselves or get in line, just really reflect on whether or not the comments you're about to make are going to bring us all closer together or not. It's just a hope I have. Happy to hear all sorts of comments, but in line with the peace proclamation, it's just a wish I wanted to put out there in the space that we get to be in together. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Blash, for your comments, and thank you, Councilmember Catrano. And with that, we will start with the first commenter. Remember, you have 1.5 minutes, and we will end your comment at that time. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Rebecca Barr-Cohen. I just want to show you this poster. It says a list of the LGBT-friendly countries in the Middle East. There's only one country that's on here, and that's Israel. With this month being Pride Month, I appreciate how Fairfax is recognizing and celebrating the LGBTQ plus community. Hamas does not celebrate this community. They are the opposite. They have murdered LGBTQ plus individuals in Gaza by throwing them off buildings. I'm sure you've seen this in social media. If this proclamation passes, it will cause complete divisiveness in this community. It will cause complete hate in this community, especially towards Jews, towards me, my family, my children, my community at large here that are out here supporting me. And I urge you to not go ahead with this proclamation. You're voting for a so-called peace proclamation that favors Hamas.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You need to press the button.
Firstly, Stephanie, JVP, Jewish Voices for Peace, is not a Jewish organization. They hijacked the name Jewish and have been banned from a myriad of universities due to their ties to extremism. They use the name Jewish to get away with anti-Semitism and as a way to tokenize Jews. Speaking to them is not offering Jewish views. They're a fringe organization that continues to bully, physically assault, and victimize Jewish college students like my children. Mentioning them as some sort of way to validate your cause, Stephanie, is inappropriate. Bruce Ackerman, you are a class act who's well-traveled and a critical thinker. So glad you are here. Your amendment for peace today, coming from a tiny town in Marin, will do so much for the region. You think? Will you help the Israeli teenage boys and girls being gang raped multiple times a day? Will they thank the 2 council members in this small town for their performative activism? You wanting to propose this amendment has brought more divisiveness and fear among your Jewish residents who have proof of violence in many cities when these amendments are brought up. After the last council meeting where I spoke, my friend Jenny and I were walking when a man who was in this audience screamed at us from his car window, "Free Palestine," while honking his horn over and over again. Jenny's elderly mom, who escaped North Africa due to Jewish hatred, was terrified. As a Jew in this community, I'm disgusted by your useless ignorance, your fake social activism for your own benefit, while putting my tribe at risk during a time that hate crimes against Jews has increased by 400%, and Jews have already been the highest recipients of religious hate crimes. Now we're number 2 overall, and 2% of the population.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You just turned it off. Thank you.
Good evening. I am a clinical psychologist in Marin County.
You need to speak closer to the mic.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm a clinical psychologist in Marin County. I don't live in Fairfax, but I am concerned. Well, I would actually like Fairfax to be a good role model for the other communities in Marin. I implore you to vote no on a ceasefire resolution. These resolutions have no impact on the tragic situation over 7,000 miles away in the Middle East and just cause divisiveness in our communities. The suffering on both sides is heartbreaking, but it's important to remember that there was a ceasefire in effect when Hamas brutally attacked Israel on October 7th. Former U.S. Army Chief Mike Milley said, "Can you imagine what we would do if the United States had suffered such an attack?" He noted that the scale of the attack by Hamas would have been the equivalent in this country of 50 to 100,000 people being brutally massacred by terrorists in a single morning. He stated his firm belief that Israel has a right to defend itself, just as we would like to defend ourselves. Please think about the hostages. 252 hostages of all nationalities were kidnapped by Hamas, many of them young kids attending a dance festival for peace. I'm asking you to imagine this. What if ISIS terrorists, God forbid, invaded Bottle Rock or the Fairfax Festival and raped, slaughtered, and kidnapped members of our community? What if thousands of Americans, including an entire family with a baby and a 4-year-old, were still being held captive right now? What would we do? The loss of lives on both sides is heartbreaking, but Hamas leaders are choosing to hide in their extensive network of tunnels while they use their residents as human shields.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You need to turn on the mic, press the button, please.
I'm speaking as a 22-year resident of the Ross Valley, the last 11 here in Fairfax, and 11 before that in San Anselmo. I've watched the generation grow up, and I'm concerned that my daughter and the generation she grew up, her classmates, won't be able to afford to stay in town. This meeting proves the town has no business being in the international business. Affordability here is paramount. The council can talk, but we the people need to pay. Homeowners, renters, somebody needs to pay. Is this an intentional distraction? Seems like a slippery slope. How about modern day slavery in Libya? Yeah, go to Libya. You can buy a slave for $400 or $500, a human life. Civil war in Nigeria, massacres are the norm. Think Boko Haram. Sudan, famine, genocide. Where does this end? Does the council have the bandwidth to address all these issues? Do you have proper intel? Will a resolution even change the facts on the ground? As we saw earlier with the apparently bigoted speakers, we need to be united, not divided. All need to feel safe. That includes all communities, including the Jewish community. Let's not give room for hate to fester. The resolution will serve that purpose, I am afraid. Please stick to your mandate on the local level. That's what the public elects you for and pays you for. We deserve a town where a diversity of people can afford to live with adequate public services.
And I would ask for folks that, I know this is an emotional issue, but yelling probably isn't helpful to the extent feasible. Let's keep it to a normal voice tone. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Turn the mic on again. Thank you.
Y'all can just leave the mic on from one person to
Gotcha.
another.
My name is Lori. I emailed you, but I didn't see all of you. I didn't see my letter in the folder of the emails. I had stated that I live here, but I spent my entire career as a teacher at the only public Arabic language elementary school in San Francisco. And Stephanie, you had reached out to me, but we didn't connect. I just want to say this resolution, it will do nothing to help Arab families, and it is actually dangerous for Jewish families. And I take offense to the way that the council talks about this resolution as so emotional. Please be respectful. We're peaceniks here in Fairfax. It's offensive to me because it is painful to the Jewish community, and to bring something that you know is so emotional for us is just wrong. And it's a waste of your time. It will do nothing to foster peace. It only causes division between community members. And I just want to make sure I get in what Rabbi Moshe, the Chabad of West Marin, just down the street, happened to say, because he's brought to my attention that number 5 is incorrect in the proclamation. It says
the truth is that Israel allows unlimited aid into Gaza, and it's
Thank you.
Hamas who steals it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, my name's Erica Rose. I'm a local resident. I'm an alumni of Drake as well. I very much breed the morals of Fairfax, equality, inclusion, progressivism, all this. I also am Israeli. I've lived and I chose to live there because their values are 100% the same. So I'm so pissed off right now, to be honest, that you guys are wasting my taxpayer money to discuss this international thing. This is under the constitutional law, Article 1, Section 10, Miller versus Zishnig, 1968. This is not matters for you guys to talk about. This is federal matters. It's okay to have a lot of opinions, but that's all that needs to go down. At the end of the day, you need to support who's in line with our morals. That's it. So there's still 5 Americans that are still held hostage. Five of us that half of you guys are turning your backs on. 5 Americans. Okay. This kifa that he's wearing, whatever, this represents no freedom of speech, no women's rights, no freedom of education, none of this. So it doesn't align with what we're doing. Do you understand? You guys can have an opinion, but you don't need a committee that's using my tax dollars money to do this. It's a waste of time. Your community has surveyed and told you what you need to focus on. That's what you need to focus on. This is what's happening because the result of this is schools, death to Israel.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I'm asking that you not bring forth this proclamation of peace, which the media is already calling a ceasefire proposal and which is already bringing division to Fairfax and Marin. I'd also like to call your attention to the fact that as of today, Hamas has again rejected yet another ceasefire proposal as it continues to hold over 100 hostages that it barbarically captured 8 months ago. I'd also like to ask, now that you've waded into the world of international conflict, when will we be seeing the proclamations of peace for Syria, Yemen, Ethiopia, Sudan, Nigeria, Haiti, just to name a few? When will we hear the proclamations condemning Iran and Yemen for launching hundreds of rockets and attack drones at Israel? I'd like to focus on one conflict in particular, Syria, where a civil war has been going on for 12 years and over 500,000 people have been killed and 12 million people have been displaced. Those are staggering numbers. I would say 12 years is more than enough time for the geopolitical experts here to have come up with a sufficient resolution for a conflict with a human toll orders of magnitude greater than the human toll in Israel or Gaza. So I wonder why is it that those places where violence and conflict have been raging for 5, 10, 12 years, why has the town of Fairfax not put forth any resolutions and has been silent? One can only wonder. The facts raise major questions about the conscious and subconscious prejudices this town will display if it passes this so-called proclamation of peace. If this town passes this resolution,
thank you.
You are announcing that Jews are unwelcome here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Excuse me. My name is David Glick, and I live in Fairfax. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I want to thank the town council for passing this peace statement. I know a lot of hard work went into it. With that said, I wish there had been a forthright ceasefire resolution in light of Israel's relentless bombing that has killed 36,000 Gazans and has wounded 80,000. Such a ceasefire resolution would have been just and compassionate, especially because Israel has destroyed the entire healthcare system of Gaza, and this is being done with American money and American weapons. A ceasefire resolution would have been in line with the spirit of the January 26th ruling of the International Court of Justice. It would have also been in line with the May 24th ruling of the International Court, which has called, and I quote, for Israel to immediately halt its military offensive in Rafah. From my From my viewpoint, such a resolution is not a statement against Israeli Jews or any Jews. It is a statement on behalf of the innocent children of Gaza who are dying on a daily basis from both the bombing and the systemic starvation that Israel has imposed. My Jewish upbringing means I am here to speak
Thank
out
you.
on their behalf.
Thank you, David. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Ben Wasserman.
Could you speak a little closer to the mic? Maybe you move it down a little bit. Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Ben Wasserman, Sir Francis Drake. I'd like to ask that you please vote this down. This is just really a divisive proclamation. The fact that you don't understand how this will anger a segment of your community just shows that you're not in a position to be talking about international issues. So I please ask that you vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Ava Crisanti. And I've been writing about the ceasefire movement and the student protests surrounding this issue at marincountyconfidential.substack.com. And I want to provide a little bit of context. I think a lot of the anger that you're seeing surrounding this issue, a lot of the vocal, dissent or complaints about this has to do with the fact that the majority of Americans want a ceasefire. That's the majority of Americans. Certainly the majority of Democrats want a ceasefire too. Most of the world, the global South, all of the global South is opposed to what's happening to Gaza right now. It's not in Gaza, it's to Gaza. So that's really important. I saw some posters here that said unity, that they wanted unity over division. But the unified position in this country even, which has been fed a lot of propaganda, a lot of pro-Israel propaganda for decades, the unity position is actually for a ceasefire. And that's really important. Everything David Glick said, I agree with. And I would also like to point out, there's been a lot of talk about fear of anti-Semitism. That is certainly not the sentiment of all Jewish residents. I would also like to point out that right now there is a case moving through the courts.
Thank you, Eva.
People versus
We need to wrap-
Margoliouth, an assault
Thank
on the
you.
Islamic Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Larry.
Larry Bragman, Fairfax. I was bar mitzvahed in June of 1967, about a week after the Six-Day War. And I remember the jubilation we felt that David had defeated Goliath. Things have changed. I want to read the statement that Senator Sanders published a couple days ago that describes the situation in Gaza. Israel, of course, has the right to defend itself against the horrific Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th, but it does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people. Israel does not have the right to kill more than 34,000 civilians and wound over 80,000. It does not have the right to orphan 19,000 children. It does not have the right to displace 75% of the people of Gaza. It does not have the right to damage or destroy over 60% of the housing. It does not have the right to obliterate water and sewage systems and deny electricity to the people of Gaza. It most certainly does not have the right to block humanitarian aid, food and medical supplies from coming into Gaza. These are clear violations of American and international law. As we debate this proclamation, people are dying and the hostages are still waiting. This council alone, among all the electeds in the county of Marin, has had the courage to undertake
Thank
this.
you, Larry. Okay, be quiet in the room. Thank you, Larry. You need to wrap up. I've given everybody a minute and a half. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. I would just, Mark, before you speak, people listened respectfully to everyone's comments. And if you don't agree with the speaker, please do not shout out. Let's listen respectfully to everyone, whether you agree with them or not. They have a right to speak. Thank you, Mark. Go ahead.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Russian and Ukrainian Jew. Palestinians, for the elucidation of most of the audience or part of the audience here, Palestinians had nothing to do with the Holocaust. There was no reason for them to have their lands taken from them, as was promised by the British for fighting the Ottomans. They're the ones who fought and died for it. There's a binding UN resolution for an immediate ceasefire. There's an international court ruling for an immediate ceasefire. What we have going on is a mass starvation of an unarmed civilian population, indiscriminate use of white phosphorus bombs on the same, and specific targeting of hospitals and medical personnel, aid workers, and reporters. Why is that? If Hamas is in these tunnels, which can't be touched by bombs, then obviously it's because what we're looking at is the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of the Palestinian people. And unlike what these people are saying to you, we have to let the federal government know that they're breaking the law. They're aiding and abetting a genocide. And it has to stop. And we're going to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, please. Ling Shen.
I guess
You're going to have to bring that down a little bit. You're a little shorter
Okay.
than Mark.
It's okay now? It's good?
Yes,
Yeah.
perfect.
All right,
Thank you.
so Ling Shen Bell, I live in Fairfax also. And I just wanted to say that it doesn't make sense to me that in order to feel safe, you need to continue bombing these poor people. Like, how does that make you feel safe? How is that the only way you can feel safe is continuing to murder these people? I just don't understand it. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I want to thank Larry and Mark for speaking, and I totally agree with them. So, and thank you very much for putting together this proposition. I really, really thank you so much.
Thank
You
you.
a lot of thought into it, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, PJ.
PJ Pfeffer, Fairfax. It's interesting hearing something I have in common with Larry Bragman, where my bar mitzvah was just 3 weeks after the terrorist attacks of September 11th. My Orthodox synagogue that I attended for many, many, many years on a weekly basis was behind the police cordon. So everybody had to be let past the police barricades because we were just a few-minute walk from the rubble at the time. I fully understand what it's like to receive and be a part of the movement that only shows one side of this conflict and the difficulty it has understanding that the facts aren't what they seem to be. I think it's telling that anybody opposed to this proclamation isn't engaging with the substance of it, which, far from being supportive of Hamas, treats Israelis much more favorably than it does Palestinians. When it talks about the creation of Israel in 1948 and the legitimate boundaries, it ignores the fact that in the proclamation or the resolution of the UN creating the state of Israel, it also, in that act, created an Arab state on boundaries that Israel's been in violation of since 1967. It's very difficult to sit and listen to people lying repeatedly to justify something that is unjustifiable.
Thank you, PJ. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer, and I'm a recent resident of Fairfax, and this is my first town council. And I will emphasize that I greatly appreciate the values that were put into this proclamation. That is the number one reason why we moved our family to Fairfax, was based on these values. However, my biggest question to this town council and what's your reason for putting together this proclamation? Because as multiple speakers have mentioned, there's many different viewpoints about this. This is about free speech. This is a very emotional issue. And my hesitation on agreeing that putting out a simple message of peace and hope and wish is not actually what's going to impact change. And from my perspective, with kids at Archie Williams and in middle school, my biggest fear right now is that our kids need to learn tolerance and compassion and bravery. And I don't see this proclamation actually helping us create a dissident dialogue amongst each other. We are a community and we have differing opinions. And that is why we live in America, to be able to express them. And I fear that a proclamation like this has a slippery slope because not every town is able to have this kind of discourse, right? So I bid you to think about it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Welcome to Fairfax. Next speaker, Naomi.
Hi, I'm Naomi Schultz, Fairfax resident and Jewish mother. I want to thank the council for agendizing this proclamation. It's very brave. This local democratic space is one of many spaces in which I believe citizens can and should be actively calling for the killing to stop, for our tax dollars to no longer be used on weapons to carry out this violence, for aid to flow freely to Gaza, for the release of hostages on both sides, and for a lasting peace built on justice that centers Palestinian right of return and right of self-determination. One of the most essential things that can be done to stop the appalling spread of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia worldwide is to demand an immediate end to this brutal war. Calling for peace in a balanced way, as this proclamation does, is in no way anti-Semitic, and the contortions that must be made to pretend that it is are both irresponsible and dangerous. Rather, calling for peace is the only righteous way forward, a feeling shared by so many of those in Israel and Palestine who are living and dying through these horrors. For example, Vivian Silver, Israeli peace activist who was killed on October 7th, who said, "We must change the paradigm that we have been taught for 7 decades now, where we've been told that only war will bring peace. We don't believe that anymore. It's been proven that it's not true." Or Yonatan Zegan, Silver's son, when asked what his mother would think of Israel's military response, she'd be mortified because you can't cure dead babies with more dead babies.
Thank you, Naomi.
Please adopt the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Frank.
Frank Ager from the Cascades. In 1968, then Fairfax Mayor George Pagney placed a resolution on the Fairfax Town Council agenda to support the Vietnam War. I opposed that resolution, and it did not pass, fortunately. As an elected official, I challenged our government many times. I marched in Mill Valley against the Vietnam War in 1968. Adlai Wilson, a Fairfax council member, and I led a march here in Fairfax in 1969 against the Vietnam War. We had Daniel Ellsberg right here in the Fairfax Women's Club tell us about his role in attempting to stop the Vietnam War. I'm a longtime supporter of Medea Benjamin and Code Pink and their anti-war efforts. I urge you to pass an anti-war resolution over the Mideast conflict in Gaza. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. I want to begin by saying I'm sure that Chance and Stephanie tried real hard to come up with a resolution that they thought was going to be good. But I do think it's extremely arrogant that the two of you, and this is not your purview, should be able to speak on behalf of hundreds of thousands of people. I think it's good to have this discourse. We can all understand someone's opinion. But I do question too, I do think the Palestinians are being a pawn in this game, but they have to say enough to Hamas. If a group came to your home and kicked in your door and stole your children, how could you ask for any resolution of peace until your children are returned? And so, again, I'm sure you're trying to do something, but it is adding to further division of the community. We all have our opinions, but this is not the place for you to express your opinion on behalf of all the citizens of Fairfax. Because look, again, your assumed opinion is dividing our community, and it is creating greater anti-Semitic views. So I encourage you instead to say, hey, we support all our communities, and the people that were taking hostages must be returned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Let's just kind of hold that applause. You know, a lot of folks would like to have applause or after they speak. Let's just go ahead. Next speaker, please.
My name's Ace Thelen. I live in Forest Knolls. The word missing from your proclamation is justice. Peace proclamations don't really mean anything if there's not a sense of historical justice. And so we live in a nation that was conquered by violence, that was a genocide and wars of aggression against the indigenous peoples. And it was the British Empire that created the 13 colonies. And it was Lord Balfour in 1917, with the defeat of the Ottoman Empire, that created a mandate for a British and Zionist project in Palestine. The sun did set on the British Empire, and it was the United States at the height of its power after World War II, the only country, the only developed power in the world left standing after World War II, at the height of its power, that pushed through the partition measure. And so the Nakba claimed 80% of Palestine and expelled half of the Palestinian population. The failure to understand what's happening as a settler colonial Western project in Palestine is at the root of the confusion and the misunderstanding. Israel is a Western settler colonial project. It's the United States that gives it political cover. And I found it noteworthy that we didn't mention the International Court of Justice in its proclamation that there's a plausible genocide.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Francesca Betza Parada, current resident of Fairfax, and I grew up here. I want to thank you all for being the first elected body in Marin to bring this up. As for the concerns involvement in foreign affairs, I appreciate that the town that I live in and grew up in recognizes our connection to people everywhere, not only in our shared humanity, but in the ways our social and political actions are complicit with violence being enacted all over the world, and in this case specifically, the genocide happening in Palestine at the hands of the Israeli state, funded by our country. James Baldwin said, "Every bombed village is my hometown." And as a resident of Fairfax, whose family has felt the devastating impacts of US-funded violence in their home country, I feel this deeply and appreciate that this proclamation is a gesture towards this. And I would urge the council to be explicit in their language. When referencing the tens of thousands of civilians killed and the displaced without humanitarian aid, I would urge you all to explicitly name that more than 35,000 Palestinians have been killed. Condemn the humanitarian violations and genocide being committed by Israel not only since October 7th, but since the creation of its state. Call for a permanent ceasefire and recognition of Israel as a settler colonial state backed by this country, as Ace just said. But I do again want to appreciate that this issue is being brought forward by you all, and that hopefully this is a step towards a Fairfax that I could proudly say I live in. I also want to add that this is divisiveness, having these difficult conversations are actually what brings community forward and moves us towards collective liberation. So I'd urge you to not shy away from that.
Thank you. Next speaker, Joe.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the subcommittee members, Catrano and Hellman, for the courage to bring forward the proclamation, which, as was stated, is the first public acknowledgement in Marin of Palestine's existence by elected officials, both with mentions of sovereignty and suffering. It is also important that you've created the space for this critical discussion of what is happening in Palestine right now. It is a very tempered proclamation that doesn't criticize Israel at all. It doesn't explicitly say that the death toll, upwards of 40,000 people in Gaza, is at the hands of Israel, nor does it mention that the displacement and starvation of people in Gaza is also being orchestrated by Israel. It speaks of medical aid without saying Israel has annihilated the entire medical infrastructure in Gaza. It doesn't say that almost 200 journalists have been slaughtered in an attempt to keep the lights out so the world cannot see the genocide that is happening. It doesn't mention the ICJ ruling around genocide
or the arrest warrants from the ICC issued for Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes. It doesn't even call for a ceasefire. It does mourn Palestinian deaths, and it speaks of Palestinian sovereignty and self-determination. I ask that you not stop there and take this moment to really address what we are all witnessing. You will never get this moment back. And I ask that you not take half measures and follow the moral compass I know you all possess, and call for the end to this genocide and permanent ceasefire and shutting down of all current military aid to
Thank
Israel.
you. Thank
Free
you, Joe.
Palestine.
Next speaker, please. Mark, and you're gonna have to lower the mic. Thank you. Mark, we have to move, so,
Our time, so to take a little time, if you don't mind.
okay, I didn't give anyone else extra time.
Well, I haven't started.
Okay.
So my name is Mark and I am a Fairfax resident. I want to say first off, I met Joe for the first time, had a conversation, and that's wonderful. That's what we should be doing, is talking to each other. You have a statement in there that says, number 5, I think it is, number 10, that the Israelis perished. They were murdered, folks. Come on, use words. You're going to use words. So my prepared remarks, thank you for all of your time. You've done good things. You got the Fairfax Children's Center. You just got the wall property. These are local issues. Addressing Israel and Gaza is out of your lane with local priorities. I support a ceasefire resolution. So does President Biden. Why proclaim when he has spoken? Nobody wants this to continue. Proclaim Hamas to surrender. With family in Israel and a nephew who serves in the IDF, I want this war to end. This proclamation for peace will provide a platform to spread untruths about genocide. I'll quote Bill Maher, which I offered in the letter. Genocide is when you wipe out an entire people. That's the stated goal of Hamas. That's what river to the sea means. Hamas could do that to Israel, but can't. And Israel could do that to them, but doesn't. These claims are ahistorical, and Ceasefire Merid is ready to come to every city council to spread more of these untruths. Don't do it.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, it looks like Councilmember Steve Burdo from San Anselmo.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, it's my honor to be here tonight. I'm Steve Burdo, San Anselmo Town Council member. And you may ask, Councilmember Burdo, what brings you to Fairfax at this late hour in your Golden State Warriors pajamas? Well, what compelled me out of bed this evening is not to advocate one way or another on the matter before you tonight. I got out of bed because as I've been listening to your discussions recently, the tone in particular, I felt compelled as a colleague to come and relay an important message as you navigate this sensitive issue. And that is, regardless of how you vote tonight, I respect and appreciate every one of you. I know we as council members often take a lot of heat on all sides of many issues. We're in the unique position of having to take positions and make decisions on issues that people are passionate about. And I don't ever decry anyone for how they come at me in these discussions. I appreciate people's passion, as I know you do, but I know and know you know how this weighs on our hearts when we go home at night. So I wanted to come and say something that you probably don't hear enough. Thank you for your service. I know you all well, and I know you all to be kind, compassionate, empathetic, and hardworking people. Same goes for your staff. Fairfax is lucky to have you all. Our motto in San Anselmo is choose kindness as we navigate these sensitive topics. I think we'd all do well to do that. Let's choose kindness. Thank you for your service again.
Thank you, Steve. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Kim and I live right on the border of Fairfax in San Anselmo. I write years ago, Dear President Clinton, I'm writing this letter to you on board a train leaving Zurich, Switzerland. I am a 20-something American Jewish female pursuing a once-in-a-lifetime dream to travel Europe. We arrived 14 days ago and today are leaving, not because we want to, but because we need to. I need you to know what is going on here. I woke up 8 mornings ago to find swastikas and Nazi references spray painted all around. Mr. President, action needs to be taken here to deem these acts intolerable.
What hurts the most is that 8 days later, the swastikas had still been there, which is why I wrote. I received a letter and paperwork back from Clinton's office along with translated documentation between Clinton, the Swiss embassy, and later the Zurich Town Council to put forth a new, they did an investigation, reported, and ultimately went on to put forth legislation or a proclamation to say that they're going to get rid of any anti-Semitic stuff in the city of Zurich. I cannot tell you what that felt like to me as an American. It was my most proudest moment, and that feeling of my government having my back and my people is one I'll never forget. Decades later, members of the Fairfax Council have moved forward with an item that is known to cause harm to the Jewish community, while we are already experiencing.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good night. My name is Giuseppe Dezza. I'm a resident on Fairfax. I have one question first. Is it legal to take a picture of a speaker without their consent?
I have no idea.
This is a public meeting, so.
I kind of don't like people with genocidal flags taking people
Yeah, well,
speaking.
so
I think it's a little bit, it's intimidating, but I guess that's their style, right?
Okay, well, let's go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, well, it's taking a picture of my daughter, you know.
Okay, well,
so
it is a
it's a little
public meeting,
sensitive.
so people can take pictures.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Cool.
go ahead.
Well, no, I think I approve the fact that you guys do this. I think it's a little thing. I think it's very symbolic. I think American is more of this. I think America used to stay on the right side, on the wrong side of a picture, right? Every war, basically. And even with approval of Israel conduct since, 75 years. Now, finally, people start to open their eyes, 37,000 people dead after. And I think it's a good thing. And I don't know what's the fear, to speak about peace. Why it should be divided? Why it should be divided to speak about peace and it's not divided to speak about war? The division is already there. It's the attitude of people that spoke before and waving flags. It's pretty representative, right? Of who's who, right? With their attitude. Sorry about my English, not that good, but I'm not a Milwaukee Indians like you are. So thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
It's off now.
Hi, my name is Lalive, and I too live dangerously on the border between Fairfax and San Anselmo. I am pleased to be here tonight, and thank you for making the time for comments. I was here not that long ago with a bunch of us where we thought we had put this issue to bed, but here it is again. And the reason we're still here, and it doesn't matter that the words have changed and it's not a ceasefire resolution, it's a proclamation of peace. Like Mark said earlier, that you guys are out of your lane. This is a complex issue. This is happening thousands and thousands of miles away, where I have family and relatives and people directly impacted that were kidnapped and murdered in the kibbutzim. And I am from a kibbutz myself in Israel. I'm raising 2 kids here, and I have a husband. And we've encountered lots of anxiety and rising anti-Semitism around, even here in Marin. And I spoke about it last time, and I talked about what we're encountering in the schools and so forth. So I know you guys are well-meaning and you want to do good in the world, and I get that. Maybe there are other forums and formats in which to do that. But this just brings more of this. This is what's going to happen. And guess what? The intention of this group is to bring this to one town after another in Marin. Okay, so it's a slippery slope. And you can say that I'm believing in something, but it's not, it's the real deal. And this is what's happening from town to town to town. There's a direct aim at local governments and local organizations to take hold. Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Good night. My name is Yolanda Barahona, and I'm living here 16 years ago. And I am here as a Latino woman and as a human being. I feel very emotional because I don't understand why some human beings means more than the others. In Palestine is a genocide. I can't believe how many babies, how many mothers, how many people, civilian people, are killing by Israel bombs. We know that. It's no, we just say it. We know that is a reality right now since 75 or more years ago. What happened with our humanity? It's not about because this is my community. It's about we are the world. So what's going on here? Why we close our eyes? Please, let's choose right. We are all the same. I am Latina and I am no less and no more than any other human being.
Yes. Before we have the next speaker, I just want to say we've hit the 11:30 rule, so it'll just be a second, Todd. Would someone like to make a motion to continue on?
So moved.
And would someone like to
Second.
second? Okay, so that was Councilmember Cutrano, second. Vice Mayor, could you please be quiet? Please be quiet in the room. Madam Clerk, could you take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes, thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hi, is this the Fairfax Group Therapy meeting? How much are we spending collectively on town employees and all of our town time on a topic that is not going to get solved here? I respect everyone's right to have their own viewpoint and to speak about it and to be concerned, and we should all be concerned, but this does not belong on this town council's agenda. Unless you want to give equal time, which you don't, because you just have your own special causes that you want to advance. You don't give equal time to everybody. You don't give equal time to the Italians or the Irish. You have special interest crosswalks. You don't give equal time to many different groups each month when you make proclamations. You're not taking care of everybody. So don't pretend that you are taking care of everybody. You want to do good in the right forum. If this is an international conflict, take it to an international level. Don't confuse your current appointed or elected positions with the ability to tell people how to think. This is just completely out of scale, and I support everybody who said everything that they think here.
Thank you, Todd. Are there any other speakers in the room that haven't already spoken? Okay, we're going to go to Zoom. I want to remind folks on Zoom of my cautions that I stated earlier. And if people disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will give a warning and then cut them off. So, Madam Clerk, how many hands are raised?
29.
Okay, I guess we still have 29. Let's go to-
32.
Okay, 32. Let's go to the first speaker, please.
36. Okay. The first speaker is Michael, followed by Jenny. Michael, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hamas rejected the latest ceasefire proposal because they insist that any ceasefire arrangement must leave them in power in Gaza. And though that may not be the intent of this resolution, that is the way it will be seen if you approve it. This is not bringing people together. As Hamas leaders have made clear, they intend to repeat the atrocities they committed on October 7th over and over again. Let's talk about what those included. A few months ago, when I was in Israel, I visited the Nova Festival site. I saw the photographs of the faces of over 350 young people who were slaughtered there. The ropes are still on the trees where they tied up the women while raping, torturing, mutilating, and executing them. An immediate permanent cessation of hostilities, as you put in the resolution, is a ceasefire, and it is not a sustainable one. It will last only until Hamas has stolen enough international aid to rearm and reattack. A sustainable cessation of hostilities requires the elimination of Hamas as the ruling power in Gaza, because there was a ceasefire in effect on October 6th. You heard tonight that town residents thought what priority issues were for your council. Foreign policy was not one of them. And I hope you don't think that what you have seen tonight constitutes bringing people together. When local governments make it clear they won't pass such resolutions, the activists will move on and leave you alone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jenny, followed by Elias. Jenny, you are unmuted.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you so much for your service, Town Council. I didn't prepare any remarks because I knew that everybody would say everything, and I wasn't wrong. What I want to say is that I support the intent, the humanitarian aspiration of this proclamation, and the only hate that I see in this room is coming from people who have hate. The other people in this room are trying really hard to wrap their heads around the complex issues of this conflict that started 70 years ago and trying to figure out how a peaceful resolution is possible at this point. Therefore, I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Elias, followed by Ariana. Elias, you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm a lifelong Fairfax resident. I was born in Kentfield at Marin General. I'm also an Israeli citizen. And I do want to thank the council for putting forward this proclamation. It is a step in the right direction, but it deserves a number of improvements towards impartiality. I'll use my time now to point out one of those improvements. This proclamation must include the fact that Israel has explicitly sought the destruction of Palestine, thereby undermining peace efforts and contributing to ongoing instability in the region. Now, I want to give a quote from Benjamin Netanyahu, who publicly stated that his strategy towards the Palestinian state was this: those who want to thwart the possibility of the Palestinian state should support the strengthening of Hamas and the transfer of money to Hamas. This is part of our strategy. That's Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, speaking in 2019 about supporting Hamas in order to destroy the Palestinian state. That is the same Hamas that committed the atrocities on October 8th, October 7th, was funded by Israel.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ariana, followed by Ben. Ariana, you are unmuted.
Should we go on to Ben?
Good evening. My name is Ariana Pilateri, and I'm a Fairfax resident. Thank you for being the first elected body in Marin to acknowledge the suffering and death in Gaza and support Palestinian sovereignty. However, in this moment, recognizing just the humanity of Palestinians and their right to self-determination is not enough when the future existence of that very humanity is looking to be ended by Israel's genocide. Therefore, I urge the Council to move beyond the important acknowledgement of Palestinian sovereignty and suffering and to include the following points set forward by Ceasefire Now Marin in any proclamation you adopt, such as calling for an explicit permanent ceasefire, recognizing the International Court of Justice ruling that this is a genocide, explicitly describing Israel's actions in their occupation, such as killing, starving Palestinians, as well as destroying homes and healthcare infrastructure, and calling for the removal of Israeli military presence in Gaza. Over 36,000 Palestinians have been martyred, including 24,000 women and children. This number doesn't even include the thousands of people who are still missing under the rubble. Thank you for putting together this proposition. It is important for our local governments to put forward peace or ceasefire propositions as we can put pressure on our complicit federal government to stop funding this genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ben, followed by Nicole. Ben, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Ben Kleinman. I'm a resident of Novato, so your neighbors to the far north. I think what I'd ask members of the council to consider is what you're accomplishing and if you're accomplishing your goal. Because what I'm hearing is that even if this were to pass, half the community or a portion of the community isn't going to think it went far enough. A portion of the community is going to think, and I think justifiably so, that you're putting their lives and health and safety at risk. And so you're not advancing the ball. I mean, to the extent that you've had this conversation, which seems like a good dialogue, perhaps set up a weekly dialogue session at a coffee shop. But I don't think you're advancing the goal by passing this proclamation, not the goal that you advocate for, at least, that you publicly announce. I also think some of the language itself speaks to the complexities of the issue that you haven't familiarized yourselves with. So you speak, for example, of the internationally recognized borders of Israel, but then you refer to a Palestinian state and you make no reference to what borders that should have. So you're inviting questions about where would the borders be? Should they be from the river to the sea? How is that consistent with there being in Israel? I think you raise more questions and you cause more disputes than you resolve with this proclamation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Nicole, followed by Chris. Nicole, you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm Nicole, and I'm a Palestinian American resident of Marin, and I'm excited to speak today for all the Palestinians who may be too afraid to speak because they wouldn't want the privilege of visiting their families in the West Bank removed. But there isn't much to say, considering everybody's already shared their support for the proclamation in ways that are powerful and good, and I want to second. I also just want to add, like, a small way to know that the opposition is not serious is to ask them if they know how many Palestinians Israel killed in 2023 in the West Bank before October 7th. They have no idea. They don't care. They don't care how many Palestinians are held for torture without charge. Everything starts when they are hurt. And they don't care that Israel bombed Gaza just days before October 7th. I just wanted to say I appreciate the proclamation and I second it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Chris, followed by Cindy. Chris, you are unmuted.
Hey, Town Council, Chris P., Marin DSA, Palestine Solidarity Co-Chair. I'm calling in to support the proclamation. I mean, I don't think it goes far enough, and I would prefer that it calls for an immediate ceasefire and recognizes that Israel is enacting a genocide on Palestinians. But I recognize that part of the reason why that language is not being used directly is because of people here tonight decrying the proclamation as divisive. And to speak on that point of divisiveness, I don't think we should not do something just because it's divisive. The council has made a bold stand before adopting rent control and just cause ordinances that have directly protected residents, and that decision sure was divisive. It was still the right thing to do. And frankly, the opposition to this proclamation are using their concerns over division as a shield for their politics, which are, the defense of an unacceptable status quo, and it's important. We can all see what's happening to Palestinians on a daily basis. Whenever I close my eyes, I see an image from the Rafah tent massacre of a toddler beheaded by an American missile manufactured in California, paid for by us, which was targeted at refugees by the Zionist government of Israel. If you don't think that there should be a ceasefire, even a proclamation of peace, that is what you support. Opposition is scared because for once, the Zionist narrative is not winning. We can see through the propaganda, and so can the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. So please vote in favor of this proclamation and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by an unidentified caller. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Hi, Cindy Ross again, Fairfax resident. Recently, my Israeli relative posted online, "Stop the war now and release the hostages now." That's my hope too, but the manner in which two council members are trying to impose their version of a ceasefire resolution in my name as a Fairfax citizen will do nothing to achieve peace, not in Israel or Gaza, and certainly not at home, as we're seeing by how this is increasing divisiveness, hate, fear, and pain. There was a ceasefire in place on October 6th. Then, on October 7th, Hamas, which calls itself the Islamic Resistance Movement, carried out a jihadist massacre in accordance with their 1988 covenant and their later revised 2017 charter. Because of the time limitations, I'm just going to say a few things that they stand for. Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. Article 8 of their covenant says, Allah is its target, the Prophet is its model, the Quran its constitution, jihad its path, and death for the sake of Allah is the loftiest of its wishes. When you're trying to impose this version of Islam on everybody, you're making.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is a caller, followed by Silk. Caller, you are unmuted.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Council. Thank you for having us tonight and for writing this proclamation of peace, recognizing all the suffering that's come of this genocide being methodically carried out by the illegitimate state of Israel. My name is Sabrina, and I'm a Marin County native, born and raised, and I support the passing of this proclamation, and I will leave it there for others to have time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Gula, followed by David. Gula, you are unmuted.
Good evening. My name is Gila, and I'm calling from San Rafael, Marin County. Just as Cindy spoke a few moments ago, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. And October 7th, the word that I like to use was pogrom. A violent, vicious pogrom happened in Israel. And the world is not looking to what is being passed here in Marin County. The world doesn't care what is happening here in Marin County. Biden is not coming here to ask your opinion. Hamas has rejected the peace proposal, and they certainly don't care what is happening here in Marin County. So I urge you not to pass this resolution and to focus on what is important for your area of where we are and what the people in your area want. Better roads, less crime, things like that. So just again, there was a ceasefire October 6th, and I just want to remind everybody for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is David, followed by Lev. David, you are unmuted.
Good evening. I am opposed to this resolution. You've heard a lot of different things, but one of the things that people have suggested is, why is this resolution going to lead to more divisiveness and potentially harm the Jewish community? I am a member of that community. I live in San Anselmo. The answer is simple. what does this resolution actually symbolize? Where has the town of Fairfax been on all of the others atrocities? Where was it on October 8th, for example, October 9th, October 10th? Why now? What does this say now? What are you wading into now? Why are you taking a stand now? Right? When you're not taking a stand on all of these other situations, it's had one message. And that message is that the Jewish community is not important here. And I applaud your efforts to try and make it seem like this is not something that is going to create divisiveness. But look at it. Look at what has happened today. You're right. Politics does require sometimes people get benefits, people get detriments, but this is not one that the town of Fairfax should be wading into. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Lev, followed by Rebecca. Lev, you are unmuted.
I urge you to vote no on the proposed proclamation. This proclamation appears to have been drafted before the President of the United States made an official ceasefire proposal on May 31st. Given that the federal government has addressed the concerns expressed, there is no need for anyone to make a call for a ceasefire at this point. Any proclamation must include not only the release of all hostages, but also the removal of terrorist regime Hamas from power. Why would you want to adopt this proclamation today, on the day that Hamas has actually rejected the ceasefire proposal, on the day a pro-Hamas, pro-ceasefire mob took over a building at Stanford and painted it with graffiti, death to US, kill cops, death to Israel? Why would a city council discuss a peace commitment with a terrorist organization that has broken every previous ceasefire agreement, killed, raped, and mutilated innocent civilians? 5 hours ago, the city of Sonoma walked away from the ceasefire resolution the mayor vice mayor proposed for the reason of hate and divisiveness it creates in the community. You didn't adopt a proclamation during Syria, Sudan, and Yemen wars that took millions of lives. Adopting a resolution on this conflict is a clear double standard. City council proclamations will not solve the conflict or bring us any closer to peace. Our elected officials are involved in complex negotiations. CIA director is in Cairo right now. Let the professionals do their job.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next,
whoever is speaking, please be quiet. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rebecca, followed by Reva. Rebecca, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Fairfax Town Council that until this proclamation, Marin officials have been silent bystanders during the domestic and global outcry to stop the genocide that our tax dollars are funding in Gaza. Everyone in our town is connected to this issue because our tax dollars are being used in violation of both domestic and international law. Please hold the language for this proclamation to the standards of Oxfam, Save the Children, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the International Court of Justice, and the International Criminal Court. All are calling for a ceasefire and accountability. American law states that it is illegal for us to provide arms to a country that is blocking humanitarian aid and is using starvation as a weapon of war on over 1 million trapped and displaced people. This is not about sentiment or opinion. This is about no person or country being above the law. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Reva, followed by Maria. Reva, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Reva Simasay, and I am not Palestinian, nor am I a Fairfax resident, although I do work there currently. But I just wanted to speak because I have been in contact with many of the innocent Palestinians in the Gaza Strip who are just asking for their sovereignty to be recognized and for peace and humanitarian aid. I want to start by saying it's very fitting. I think that we opened today's session way back this afternoon with a land acknowledgement, because what we are seeing with Palestine is a very similar situation of people being displaced from unceded lands. Furthermore, as a Marin resident and as a descendant of colonized Pacific Islanders myself, I think it's my duty to speak out about this painfully familiar side of violent colonialism that is being made only 100 times more deadly thanks to the contributions of America's arsenal, which, as has been said, our taxes pay for. I speak today in support of approving the proclamation. I know you've gotten lots of emotional pushback tonight, but when we look at the facts and the sheer death toll of this genocide, I really want to thank the members for taking this important step. And I urge the council to continue to push for a permanent ceasefire, as well as the release of all hostages, both Israeli and Palestinians, which I'm hoping includes those jailed without charges before October 7th. Local leaders such as yourselves are the key to statewide and eventually a nationwide movement towards ceasefire, especially 2024 as an election year. And all eyes are on Gaza and all eyes are on Fairfax as a local leader in this movement towards peace and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Maria, followed by Jacob. Maria, you are unmuted.
Hi, I am a Fairfax resident. I am a Jewish woman who, with my own history of great-grandparents who fled persecution from Eastern Europe, I know how important safety is to the Jewish people. And I earnestly believe that peace between Jews and Palestinians would, of course, be the absolute best possible outcome for all. Who would disagree with this? While a peace proclamation may not be a deciding factor on politics across the globe, it serves as a reassurance to so many of us in this community that we, Fairfaxians, we do care for the well-being of the innocent people in Gaza who have been caught up in the ongoing political conflict there. Thank you for bringing this peace proclamation forward. Starving people is not okay. Bombing people who have nothing to do with hostage taking or tunnel building is not okay. Hamas is not Gaza. Please adopt the proclamation. It is not complex to ask for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jacob, followed by Miriam. Jacob, you are unmuted.
I think you have the wrong name.
Could you reset the timer? Because I think there's
Yeah, there's a mix-up. There's a wrong name.
Okay, we'll get to you in just a sec. So could you state your name, please?
Oh.
Okay, no? Did we lose her?
Hello?
Jacob, you're unmuted.
Okay, would you state your name, please?
This is Diana.
Thank you.
Okay, so fact, there is no genocide, period. And as another speaker said, ask how many people are being killed. Ask how many rockets fly into Israel daily. I'm the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors and your community member. When the Nazis came looking for my grandmother, just like Anne Frank, a non-Jewish family hid her when they came knocking at their door. Thanks to this Romanian family, I am alive today. This is why this issue is so important to me. Today, yet again, Hamas has refused to another peace agreement. At this very moment, Israel is being attacked on all fronts by Hezbollah, Syrian groups, Iran, Yemen, just to name a few. Having agendized this peace proclamation only opens up a can of worms. This is definitely not making your Jewish community feel safe. My children who go to school in Fairfax have experienced anti-Semitism already. More anti-Semitism is probably the last thing you all want. But this is what emboldens the haters to come out, as you have seen today. JVP does not represent the majority of Jews. Again, I repeat, they do not represent 90% of Jews. Please stop tokenizing Jews. This is simply abhorrent. Okay, vote no. This would only make.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Miriam, followed by Hadar. Miriam, you are unmuted.
By now you know that anti-Israel agitators are part of an organized campaign seeking the destruction of Israel from the river to the sea. By now you know that any resolution, no matter how well intended, about the Israel-Hamas war leads to more demands, anti-Semitic rhetoric, and violence against Jews. Other city councils from Gilroy to Palo Alto, after spending hours listening to hate-filled speeches about a conflict over which they have zero control, wisely voted to no longer consider resolutions regarding international events. Why adopt this particular resolution and not consider the 28 million starving in Sudan, or the ongoing kidnapping of Christian schoolgirls by jihadists in Nigeria? These are all horrific. Why is the focus always on Israel? Is there not an anti-Semitic unconscious bias threaded through everything that we must focus so much on Israel? War is hell, and yes, it will be hell. I want to say I love Cataract Falls Trail. I love gluten-free naan only here in Fairfax, but please, please don't give in to the pressure that will make me feel unwelcome as a Jew in Fairfax.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Hadar, followed by Holly. Hadar, you are unmuted.
Yeah. I live in Marine in Kentfield, and most of my friends in Fairfax. I'm also Israeli born, and I'm happy I had to wait so many hours and to listen to everybody, because if there's one thing you can see from all the comments, both comments for and the comments against, is that it's not impartial, it's not balanced, because the people who are against Israel and against the Jews, they are for the resolution, and they all say thank you, and they all want it. But the people who understand the Israeli side and understand the atrocities that happened by the Hamas terrorists, they all against it. So what it speaks for itself. It means that this is not balanced. And one thing that's not balanced is that it says that Hamas is a militant movement. It's not militant, it's a terrorist organization. And if you say they're militant, it's already unbalanced. So this is the main thing I wanted to say. And if you want, just drop all the whereas, because it's all declarations and it's all actually giving facts, which are not exactly true. And both sides are not going to be happy with the definitions and the wording. Indeed, many commenters were not happy.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Holly, followed by Alex. Holly, you are unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Holly Thier, and I'm Vice Mayor of the Tiburon Town Council. I wanted to say, you know, as an elected official, we grapple with what does it mean to do good? How do we make the lives of our community members better? How do we bring people together? And, you know, in every generation, my community has been persecuted, and persecuted for one reason, because we are Jews. And there's a lot that you don't know about me that explains my deepest fears and who I am. But you see, there's an entire family I never met and never knew, because they were killed in the Holocaust, and they were killed for one reason, because they were Jewish. Irrespective of the language, sponsoring a proclamation that makes members of our community feel unsafe and unwelcome. And I know this is not what you intended, but I think it will help give rise to anti-Semitism. We have seen a 317% increase in anti-Semitism in the Bay Area since October 7th. A vote for this resolution is a vote that will further divide Fairfax and Marin community further. And we've seen that division tonight. We have seen it in the speakers. So please don't make the Jewish people of Marin feel unwelcome and unsafe. I respectfully ask you all, please vote no. You know, in Sonoma tonight, there was not a second to the resolution because people did not want to make and further make people feel unwelcome and also divide the community. I respect all of you. Please
you,
vote
Holly.
no. Please.
Thank you, Holly. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Alex, followed by Val. Alex, you are unmuted.
Hello, guys. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today and also for attending this meeting. My name is Alex Hernandez, and I am here to talk about the ongoing oppression faced by Palestinians in Gaza. In the past few months, we have witnessed Palestinians being deprived of basic necessities such as food, water, electricity, and medical supplies. The blockades and restrictions imposed by Israel government have turned daily life in Gaza into a struggle for survival. Although I am not Palestinian, I feel like this is my duty to speak up about the suffering they are experiencing. Many children in Gaza are growing up knowing nothing but fear, scarcity, and violence. They are deprived of a normal childhood, education, and the opportunity to have a life. If I am being honest, the children of Gaza are one of the main reasons I am here today. I want them to live, and I want them to be remembered for their accomplishments and successes, not for how many died or why they lost their lives. As a global citizen, I think we shouldn't ignore humanitarian crisis that is going on in Palestine. And I just want to say that even if a few people speak up about this, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Val, followed by Barbara. Val, you are unmuted.
Good evening. Listening to a series of falsehoods tonight has been painful. Israel is a legitimate country with Jews returning to their historical homeland. Jews are not settler colonialists. They are indigenous to the land of Israel. The current conflict is a war initiated by Hamas, not a genocide in Gaza. On the contrary, Hamas is committing genocide, sending hundreds of bombs indiscriminately onto Israel. The only reason casualties are low is because of the Iron Dome. There are no international rulings mandating a ceasefire. There are no restrictions on humanitarian aid entering Gaza. Israel only controls a small percentage of the water entering Gaza. Hamas exploits everything that enters Gaza, including stealing water and humanitarian aid from its own people. Hamas has used U.S. tax dollars to construct terror tunnels where Israeli women are held as sex slaves. Hamas hides behind innocent civilians, places explosives in refugee camps, harming its own civilians, and vilifying Israel so that the world would get falsified information about Israel. Have you listened to the people of Gaza? They're pleading for an end to Hamas. Locally, anti-Semitism has surged in every city where the issue has been brought up for a vote. The United States has been a safe haven for many nations, but what are we doing here? Just observing the situation? This divides us and our nation. It does nothing
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Barbara, followed by Molly. Barbara, you are unmuted.
Barbara Bogard. As a proud Jewish American with family who perished in the Holocaust, I feel compelled to comment on this issue. As a Jew, I'm committed to peace and a permanent ceasefire. I commend you for agendizing this issue and urge you to support it. I certainly wish you were considering a stronger statement, but I applaud you for at least breaking the silence. As Naomi Wolf said some years ago, quote, I stand with the people of Gaza exactly because things might have turned out differently if more people had stood with the Jews in Germany. I stand with the people of Gaza because no one stood with us, unquote. I beg you not to perpetuate the dangerous conflation of Israel and Judaism. Not supporting the state of Israel does not make me or anyone else an anti-Semite. Personally, this issue is very simple for me. I believe in the separation of church and state everywhere. Martin Luther King told us that there comes a time when silence is betrayal. That time is now. It's time for each of us to use whatever public platform we have access to break the silence and stand for peace.
Thank you, Barbara. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Molly, followed by Sierra. Molly, you are unmuted.
Okay, should we go on to the next speaker?
Oh, hello.
Wait a
I
minute.
advise I was not unmuted. I live in San Rafael. I'm pro-peace, have stood in support of Muslims when they were attacked, and hope that there will be a resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict someday, that two peoples will be able to live in peace in the land someday. But if the issues involved were simple, straightforward, then they would be resolved by now. The issues are complex, and they will not be resolved by the Fairfax City Council, nor this meeting or those opinions expressed in it. Even though the resolution proclamation speaks of peace, there are words of the resolution that are conclusory and make my body recoil as a Jew. There are political conclusions embedded in how these words in the proclamation will be interpreted and will put your Jewish residents at risk. These issues are not for local city council to weigh in, because even if the council is well-intentioned, it will, like resolutions before, it will increase anti-Semitism and cause division. My daughter already, who grew up in Marin, has been told by people who would support this resolution to go back to Poland because she is Jewish. Even if it's not your intent, passing this resolution will have an effect. It will increase division and hatred of the Jews in Fairfax and all over your Marin. Is this what you intend to do? Is this how you intend to lead? I hope not. I will hope you will do good by not passing it. Educate, don't increase hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
The next
please.
speaker is Sierra, followed by Sandy. Sierra, you are unmuted.
Sierra Salen, what are the causes? Really, we are all a genocide in progress. Is any side here clean? We shop and conserve the living air, water, and soils and leave landfills. There's less and less arable lands on this planet. More and more people, more and more population pressures. I really appreciate what most everyone has shared. Jennifer, Larry, Mark Bell, Mark Solomons, and most especially the woman who said, we're all the same. We are all the same. There is deep, deep trauma, and not just current trauma here. There's a bunch of old stuff going back so many generations and so many unexamined beliefs. Anybody challenges what we think we know, we start shooting at them because we're right, damn it. And personally, I am as more confused as before I started. War sucks, period. How do we create a world worth living in? Can we listen or hear differing opinions without shooting somebody that thinks something different? How do we unwind our human tribal messes? Because that's what this all is. Misperceptions, misunderstandings, hard of thinking, hard of hearing. We're having a dialogue here. Perhaps, not the best for the
Thank you, Sierra. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sandy, followed by Fatima. Sandy, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is Sandy Hancher. I'm a 37-year Fairfax resident and Jewish.
Could you please be quiet in the room? Thank you. Sorry, Sandy, go ahead.
I have many relatives and friends who live in Israel, and I have had relatives. I come from a line of Jewish people who were persecuted in the Holocaust. I know what this means, but I support this resolution. And I can't believe I have great affection for many of the people who have spoken, even people who disagree with me. I am in total support of this resolution. If every town council and every board of supervisors and every state government made such a statement, then perhaps our government would listen and would take steps to stop funding this conflict. I applaud you for doing this, and I support your voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Next speaker,
The
please.
next speaker is Fatima, followed by Rami. Fatima, you are unmuted.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for the proclamation that you brought forward, and I urge you to please vote yes. I'm a lifelong Marin County resident, and I'm also Muslim American. When children are killed and more than 36,000 people killed, then what are the two sides? How can this be divisive when children are killed and babies are beheaded by ongoing massacres committed by the Israeli military? Can we not even reimagine peace? Can we not agree to stop the killing of fellow human beings? And the most patriotic thing we can do as Americans is to criticize our government, especially when our tax dollars are going to a foreign government to kill civilians. Also note that Islamophobia has risen 400% since October 7th. And just 3 months ago, there was a man with a knife who entered the Islamic Center of North Marin to harm our community. And let me contextualize history. Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza have been facing systemic violence and oppression since 1948. And this is not a war or conflict, as Israel is an occupying force. This is genocide. The relentless carpet bombing of the Gaza Strip has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians, 15,000 children killed. A mother in Gaza loses a child every 26 minutes. And Israel continues to violate international law. Please pass this peace proclamation and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I just, folks in the room, we have some visitors from San Anselmo. Please listen respectfully. You may not agree with folks, but I don't appreciate the additional comments that are coming out. Everybody listened. People have tried to be respectful to all, so I would ask that everyone do that. Thank you. Next speaker,
The
please.
next speaker is Rami, followed by Martha. Rami, you are unmuted.
Should we go on to the next speaker?
Martha, followed by iPhone 13. Martha, you are unmuted.
Hi, I would just like to say that I am in support of the peace proclamation. I cede my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is iPhone 13, followed by Mansoor. iPhone 13, you are unmuted.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. Very quickly, I am in support of this proclamation. Just wanted to say to the people that said there was peace before October 7th, that is not true. 80 children were killed by Israeli soldiers in 2022, and 154 Palestinians before that. And every year, ever since 1948, and just in 2022, 105 cases of new settlements were recorded. Please, please, please vote yes on this. It is not anti-Semitic. I love my Israeli ex-Zionist friends who now see that this is just genocide and there's no need for war. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mansoor, followed by Silk. Mansoor, you are unmuted.
Let's go to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Silk, followed by MN. Silk, you are unmuted.
Okay, let's go to the next speaker.
The next speaker is MN, followed by Susan. MN, you are unmuted.
Hi there. My name is Maxine, and I'm a resident of San Anselmo. I have a lot that I want to say here. I think first and foremost, I would urge you to not vote for this proclamation or ceasefire resolution, whatever you want to call it. I think the first thing that I want to say is, as a local council, my understanding is that you were voted into this council or onto this council to take matters that are about the community. And as my two daughters graduated from high school, it was alarming to me the number of suicides that were happening in our towns and the number of fentanyl deaths that were happening in our towns. And I'm so passionate about what's happening in Israel, and it's horrible. There's a war happening. And October 7th, my family members who live right on the Gaza envelope were faced with dispersing from their communities for 90 plus 120 days. But the bottom line is we are focusing here on an international issue, an issue that's thousands of miles away from Fairfax, California, and San Anselmo, California. You should be focusing on drug addiction and emotional, social issues that our children are faced with, and not issues that are happening thousands of miles away where you have no idea what's going on.
Thank you. Next
The
speaker,
next
please.
speaker is Susan, followed by TJ. Susan, you are unmuted.
Council members, thank you so much for this proclamation of peace. I applaud your bravery in initiating it. It is symbolic and it's powerful. It's shocking to me and to the majority of Americans that being against mass murder, maiming, and starvation, all enabled by our country, our tax dollars, is so controversial. Or that we are back in a McCarthy era where standing up for peace can have consequences of losing your job, your degree, your ability to pursue dreams. But here we are, and the antidote is the courage and leadership to stand up for what is right. This war is a rot that is undermining our society, causing havoc and long-lasting misery. It's not the answer. I applaud your resolve and your willingness to use your political leadership to at least bring this conversation to the forefront. And I urge you to approve this proclamation for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is TJ, followed by Rachel. TJ, you are unmuted.
Hello, I am calling to encourage you to pass a peace resolution. And I also encourage you to consider backing that up with divesting from institutions and companies and corporations that make you complicit in genocide. And so thank you so much for passing this, and in the future, divesting.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rachel, followed by Rochelle. Rachel, you are unmuted.
Let's go on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Rochelle, followed by Andrea. Rochelle, you are unmuted.
Okay, let's go on to Andrea, who I think is the last speaker.
Andrea, you are unmuted.
Okay, let's go on to the next speaker.
Janice, you are unmuted.
Okay, how many more speakers are there?
There are 10, 11 hands raised. Many of these are the ones who are either not unmuting themselves or maybe are not at their phones anymore, their computers. I'm not sure, but they're not speaking when we call on them.
Well, we've already called on them, so we're not calling on them again. So do we have any new speakers that are waiting?
We do have a new speaker. Esther, you are unmuted.
Hi, my name's Oren. I'm not Esther. But I was Mansour. Mansour is an 86-year-old hostage held by Hamas. Can you hear me, by the way? Can't tell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So I'm here to state my opposition to a ceasefire with Hamas and my support for this peace resolution. Though the resolution process is generally a horrible gathering of hate speech, lies, genocidal anti-Semitic rhetoric, it's a good statement that clearly represents Fairfax values, which is what a city council should do if they should do anything at all. Any human being right now has to be distressed by what's happening in Gaza because of the quantity of death. However, the ceasefire crowd rarely mentions Hamas because that's where this started. Hamas is a terrorist organization that oppresses, murders Palestinians, murders gays, murders women, rapes, abuses, tortures children and women and men, creates child soldiers, steals aid money and material aid, food, everything. And Hamas is dedicated to the genocidal mission to kill all Jews and replace Israel with an Islamic state as part of a larger mission to wage jihad against the whole Western world. Hamas is a terrorist organization that's corrupted the minds and souls of hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza, here and elsewhere. They don't fight for freedom. They don't fight for peace. They fight for propaganda. They fight with propaganda and money, and that's why we're here tonight. It's very strange for people to support such a horrible fascist terrorist group here. And we must acknowledge a reality. If a Palestinian state were established today, it would be governed by Hamas, creating a regime like the Taliban. Is that what we really want? I'm going to skip because I only have a few more seconds. A ceasefire now would embolden Hamas, making future peace possible. A ceasefire would keep Hamas in power. Thank you for this resolution.
Thank you. Do we have any new speakers? I'm not going back on the ones who couldn't unmute themselves.
Esther would be one of the new one of the new people.
Okay,
who we haven't tried
okay,
yet.
let's try her.
Esther, you are unmuted.
For government to take sides on religion is constitutionally prohibited. Hamas is an Islamic jihadist terrorist group working to kill Jewish people and annihilate Israel on religious Islamic grounds. Your proclamation is unconstitutional because it does take sides. It does not clearly support Israel's right to exist in its ancestral homeland, and it takes a position favoring Hamas's objectives. The proclamation is discriminatory as well, selecting this particular war over all others, including more lethal wars happening elsewhere right now. Fairfield apparently doesn't care that the Houthis are in a war against the US or that Hamas is an enemy of the US. Town Code Section 2.08.09b is unlawful to the extent it purports to authorize you to make a resolution on international affairs. Only our federal government makes foreign policy relations with other nations. The people who care about this particular war does not make it a municipal subject. The proclamation lends governmental support to those who promote hatred against Jewish people, and it violates your obligation to keep people here safe and secure. We don't live in Europe in the Middle Ages in which each city-state made its own foreign policy. Please vote no on this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any new speakers?
Yes, there's a speaker with the name Y Computer. You are unmuted.
Hi, thank you, City Council. I commend you for your efforts in writing a balanced proclamation, one that recognizes the sovereignty of Israel and acknowledges Hamas's goal of destroying this country. Regardless of the language, however, as you have seen in this room today, and as we have witnessed in city after city, when the topic of the Israel-Hamas war is brought up at council meetings in open common forum, these meetings serve as a platform for people to spew hate against the existence of Israel, state misinformation and blatant lies, both regarding the history of the conflict as well as the current situation. For example, Israel does not target civilians. Hamas intentionally targets civilians and uses the civilians of Gaza as human shields. Hamas hides their terrorists and ammunition and rocket launchers in schools and in hospitals. Hamas has a network of tunnels spanning hundreds of miles underneath the civilians of Gaza. Hamas terrorists hide in the tunnels and do not allow any of the civilians to enter. Giving into hateful rhetoric and a platform of misinformation will result in further demands for anti-Israel resolutions, as we have already heard demanded here. At least one person called for divestment on this call. We have seen this also happen in other city councils. For this reason, please keep foreign policy outside of your local politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any new speakers?
Nina Barr, you are unmuted.
Okay, is that the last speaker?
Hi, I'm sorry. I think I was muted, but
Oh, okay, wait a minute. We just have to set the timer. Thank you.
okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a high school student at San Domenico, and I'm a proud Israeli and Jewish American. And this is for mainly everyone who is pro-Palestinian or pro-Hamas. Would you like if men broke into your house and kidnapped your family, took your babies and chopped their heads off, take your daughters or wives and rape them, and brutally murder thousands of innocent adults and children? Because this is what is happening in Israel, my home country, where my family lives and where my cousin serves in the army. And for the pro-Hamas people in Hebrew, Kolechem ben zonim. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any new? Okay. Okay. Okay, now excuse me. Okay, excuse me. I appreciate, Mark, you need to leave the room. If you're going to be laughing, it's not appropriate. Okay. Everyone be quiet. No laughing. Just please sit. We're almost done. Thank you. Okay. Is there any more new speakers? We are not going back to the people who couldn't unmute themselves.
There are no new speakers.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's bring it back. And I did. Okay, and Vice Mayor Blash, you had some questions. Oh, okay. Just go to the restroom. We're not going to take another break. Then we'll be 20 minutes more. Just do it as fast as you can. Okay. All right. Councilmember Catrano, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say than all that's been said this evening. I guess the one thing I would say is going into this, there's, so many stories of how other communities conduct themselves around these things, and they can get really out of hand. And I just am proud that Fairfax has created a certain amount of respectfulness, listening to folks speaking. And I know that there's really strong emotions in the room about the issue, but I'm grateful that everybody has, been very respectful through this discussion. I think Sierra Salen said it best when he said, "War sucks, period." It does. And I feel like when a community and when our global community is confronted with violent conflict. It's very important for us to acknowledge that there are pathways to disrupt cycles of violence and to issue wishes for peace. So yeah,
You need to be quiet or
Please.
leave the room. We listened
Please.
to all of you. It's now time for the council members to deliberate, and I'm very sorry about your friend. Okay, go ahead.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Blash, you had some questions before, and we wanted to move to public comment. Did you want to ask those questions?
No, I probably just have comments.
Okay.
Sorry, no, I probably just have comments at this
Would you
point.
like
Thank
to
you.
make your comments now?
Okay. Let's see. So I'm sorry I missed Chance's comments, or Councilmember Catrano's comments. I did want to say that I was really concerned about this when I first heard about it. But I was really impressed by the writing and the attempts made by fellow council members to reach out to many members of the community, which I saw in their staff or their council reports. And so, I just want to thank the two of you for putting so much effort into this. Let's see. I also wanted to just say that I've met with a number of people who really graciously shared their ideas and their life experiences, which I deeply appreciate. And, in general, I actually have to say I've been grateful for the public input that we've received via emails or comments when they did not, devolve to hate speech or broad generalizations about people, religions, racial and ethnic groups, et cetera. I actually think the conversation tonight was better than the conversation we've had about a lot of issues. There's been a little bit of disruption, but for the most part, I think people tried to be respectful and state their opinions. So I do appreciate that. Like I said, I was initially kind of unhappy that this was being brought forward just because we have lots of other things to focus on. But I think, as we've sometimes said in the past, we can hold more than one idea at once and more than one purpose at once on the council. I guess one of the things that I just wanted to say is that I understand the concern of those who feel that this might open the door for hate speech. We did have a little of that at the beginning of the meeting. We've had it before. We had it even before October 7th. It's horrible, and I'm sorry people have to listen to that. But I don't agree with the sentiment that we as a community may not and cannot address social justice issues just because some people don't agree. So, I'm concerned about shutting down conversation anytime we address a vital issue because we're afraid that some people might be disruptive or disagree. I'm not sure that really serves democracy. And I have to say, we've brought up other issues. We had a racial equity and social justice committee, and I think, people shouted at us. We had talked about issues around gay pride, and people have said some hurtful things in those. And yet I still felt like it was necessary for us to address them as a community. So I just want to thank people for being willing to talk about the issues. And then finally, I just want to say that this is really a time where I think a lot of us feel deeply unsafe due to global and national politics. There's a lot going on. We're seeing a worldwide decrease in the number of democracies and growing authoritarianism and an increase in scapegoating of different groups to bolster those authoritarian movements. So we really have to resist some of that. I think we want to think of our hometown as a sanctuary and in this world of madness. And yet sometimes we hear things here that dash our hopes of that sanctuary. So it's understandable how many are feeling anxious. And I think one way to get around that anxiety is to really start reaching out and listening and acting as an ally to others in the same boat. Name the prejudice and disown it, embrace compassion. And I did want to note that Fairfax has been really impressive to me in terms of actually addressing anti-Semitism. We've had a couple of quite glaring incidents here from outside people that were addressed by local residents quite forcefully. And one of the residents, maybe more of them are in the room now. So I have some faith in Fairfaxians to actually address that. And I think there's been some real embrace of Jewish culture here as well. So I'm very proud of that. I think I'm going to hold off on the rest of it, but I just wanted to really hope that people are going to, kind of take away from this that at least we had this conversation where people did try to listen to each other. And I'll let other people speak, but I just wanted to start with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Blash. Councilmember Ackerman, did you want to speak?
Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor Blash. That was well stated. I too I really appreciate the conversation that we've had tonight. It's not exactly at the point of like back and forth because we don't get to do that. But I have had the opportunity to do that, as have all of us council members. Thinking about this, I've had some absolutely amazing conversations with some people whom I respect very well on different sides of this multi-sided issue, and learned a great deal and hope to continue to learn. My own history with this region goes back to back in the 70s. So it's I know how this touches nerves and how huge this is. I can't really know because I haven't lost family members or been bombed, but yeah, it's a big thing. And we're not going to solve it here in Fairfax. I will say, since I played a role the other night in bringing up the question under our future agenda item to just give our council members, all of our council members, a chance to decide whether we wanted to bring this to the council tonight, which some people did not think we should bring at all. It was brought, and that doesn't mean that I'm against it. In fact, I think it's a very well-written resolution, and I want to deeply thank both of you for your work on it, which I know was quite considerable. I think it's a well-written resolution. I am very glad that we had this chance to speak tonight. And as Councilmember Catrano said earlier, I really thank all of you and the people who spoke on Zoom for by and large speaking respectfully and hearing each other. I certainly was listening. And I think that in itself is value. If we walked out of here right now and didn't do anything further with the resolution, that was a very valuable thing for us. And it's valuable to me, the conversations that I've had that I alluded to. So I'll leave it at that because hear what other people say.
Okay, Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah, I really appreciate everyone who stepped forward this evening and spoke via Zoom or in person. And I learned a great deal through this whole process and the conversations and the research. And I do think the proclamation reflects the values of Fairfax. It's not intended to solve anything. It's intended to recognize the suffering and our desire for peace. And it became too uncomfortable to stay silent on this issue. And that's why we brought it forward. We had been, on October 8th, it was so new. And I personally had so much to learn before I said anything. And when in the last few months when the humanitarian crisis really surfaced and became so alarming and disturbing and when we started to hear from Fairfax community members asking for this is when what prompted me to recommend this subcommittee and the proclamation. Anyway, I'm really grateful that we didn't have any of the disruption to the, and commotion and horrible things that have happened in other council meetings. And so thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Hellman. Well, first of all, I want to thank you and Councilmember Cutrano for bringing forward a peace resolution. When this first started and there was a thought of a ceasefire resolution, I was very concerned and did not think that was something we should proceed with. But I think you all worked very hard and met with many, many folks over months. I think you struck a good balance. Like anything we write, it's not perfect. But I do want to say we received something like 400 emails in a couple of days, and most of those were call to action emails, so they were the same topic. But there were several emails we received over the last, I don't know when this really started in April, where people told us their stories and individual stories. And I mean, there's no easy answer here. And in listening to folks tonight, some folks don't think it went far enough. Many folks who spoke tonight feel that no matter the words about peace proclamation, it still may cause hurt. And I also, no matter what we say it is, it's a peace proclamation, and I was heartened to see that. I was very afraid it was going to say ceasefire resolution. We saw already what the media did. Media called it a ceasefire resolution. Also, Fox 2, TTUV News called it a ceasefire resolution. I didn't watch all the news stations. I don't know how many reported on this, but we can't control, I don't really like this term, we can't control the narrative. And that's, most people will not read this. Thank you, Councilmember Hellman, for reading it. So I think a lot of folks reacted to the concept. And I think reading it, we have a better understanding of what you both intended. But I think the problem is most folks will not read it, and the media will paint it in whatever way they feel is appropriate. Some of that maybe print news is really losing. We're losing newspapers on a daily basis. So they may want to paint a picture that sounds a little different than what it is. So I applaud you for your work and for the many meetings you had with folks from all different perspectives on this. But I still have concerns. So with that, I think I would ask, we do have to take a vote on this. So if there's any more comments, it's getting pretty late. I realize this is an important topic, but if someone would like to wrap it up, we do need to vote on this.
I'll make a motion to adopt the Town of Fairfax proclamation commitment to and support for Israeli-Palestinian peace.
Okay, would someone like to second that?
I would second that motion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, could you take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
I didn't hear your vote. Did you have your mic on? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to say that one of the people, and I've heard many different directions on this as far as how people would like to see me vote. But one person whom I respect a great deal said that they thought that this could be a model for other jurisdictions who are maybe considering speaking out on this. And this person also said that going forward, a year, however long from now, this is going to look different than it looks right now. And that we're on the right side of history by saying that this really needs to end. So despite all the fear that I've heard about this, I'll vote for the resolution.
Councilmember,
Go ahead.
Councilmember Hillman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Okay, I'm going to be like Councilmember Ackerman and say a quick thing. You know, I just want to say in thinking about this, and it's really taken up way too much of my time over the last couple of weeks. Like it's been very agonizing. The only really great thing is that I was able to meet with wonderful people who have amazing lives and amazing opinions. But you know, I just want to say that I have been so upset and horrified by the actions of Hamas and by the actions of Netanyahu. And I just want to say that I can hold both of those things at the same time. You know, I want to stand both with people of Israel calling for the release of the hostages and to be returned, and also, you know, to an end to the terror for the people of Gaza. So again, I'm not going to conflate the governments with the people who are in both cases suffering in different ways. And I'm just going to, you know, hold on to that. I can hold both of those things in my heart. And so I'm going to vote yes on this, even though I had originally thought I was going to vote no.
Mayor Kohler.
Okay, well, I'm going to say something too. I just want to say that I see pros and cons on both sides. So it may seem that I'm not taking a position, but I don't feel comfortable voting yes, and I don't feel comfortable voting no, so I will abstain. So with that, the motion passes. 4 yeses and 1 abstention. And we have a couple more little items. Council reports and comments were already on the agenda. They were written. Is there any future agenda items? Seeing none, town managers report. If you guys could very quietly leave the room. I know you have a lot of stuff with you. Yes.
It's very late, so I'll just be very brief and let you
Okay,
know
could
that
you guys please leave the room and stop talking in the room? Please. Go ahead, town manager.
the rollover incident at Tamalpais and Berry Trail.
Can I ask again? Please leave the room. Stop talking in the room. We need to finish this meeting and let our town manager finish. Thank you. Go ahead.
The grinder truck has been removed, and we are now in efforts to try to plan to repair that road. There are some parking issues we're working on together, so that will be coming forward soon.
Can I ask
Then-
folks again to stop talking in the room, leave the room if you want to have conversations. Town manager, please continue.
And we So we'll be designing the repair and then bringing that forward for construction. So we're just asking for people to, reach out to the Director of Public Works if they have questions, and sort of hold tight. There's about 10 households right now that cannot drive to their homes, but they can access by foot. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. And the hope is that that will be repaired before October. So it does take some time. Yeah.
And so do we think people will not be able to drive until October to their homes, or we don't know?
At this point, I just can't. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else on your report?
It's very late. Yeah.
Okay, well, just as we adjourn, just be patient for a minute. We're adjourning in memory of Colleen Ann Michael. Some of you remember she had a floral shop near where the Scoop is now for many years. Sarita Brooke, who was one of our dispatchers, and Vice Mayor Blash and I and Mr. Egger and others attended her memorial about a week ago in this room. Kevin Carroll was a Larkspur council member, didn't serve very long, really made an impact in his short service. And my cousin, Gail DeGroot, passed away unexpectedly. Thank you. So with that, we're adjourned, and we can ask everyone to leave the room.